Welcome back to Grace Nicole Myths, Astrology and Tarot. These are October 2022 readings, and I wasn't intending on doing them, to be fair and honest. However, a certain special someone whom I work for looks very forward to my videos and asked me this morning if I were going to do any videos today. And I replied, I don't know. I don't know. But her birthday is October 4th. And so I decided to do October readings in honor of her loving my videos. So happy birthday, Linz. These readings are dedicated to you. So, getting into October, I'm going to start with Libra because Libra is the dominating sign of October, and then I'm going to go from there. So they will be starting with Libra, then Scorpio, then Sag, then Capricorn, then Aquarius, then Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. All right, that is going to be the order. I will have timestamps in the description in the comments after the live is over. All right, I'm going to be using my Chakra Insight Oracle for an overall theme on what is healing. I'm also going to pull some whatever Spirit has to tell you from the Black Moon Oracle cards, the Black Moon Astrology cards, especially because we have a solar eclipse going on. It's a partial one, but it's a solar eclipse going on October 25th. That's why I'm rocking my Don't Fuck With My Moon sign. It'll eclipse the shit out of your sun sign shirt. All right. If you would like one for yourself, they're in my Etsy shop. Okay. They're in my Etsy shop. I've got 4 different tarot decks out as well. I'm just going to pick whatever one I'm guided to for whichever sign that I'm on and see where it goes. I am using my 13 tarot, my Night Sun Tarot, my Tarot of Sexual Magic. Please be advised there are adult images on these cards. If you cannot handle adult images or do not like them, please just tune out. Okay, these readings would not be for you today. And my Nicoletta I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Nicoletta Tarot. Okay, so those will be the 4 different decks that I will be flipping in and out of throughout the live. All right, so starting with Libra. Gosh, even with my glasses on, the camera is too far away for me to see these timestamps, but I do believe it is dang near 3:33. So Spirit, please, for Libra. And guys, I'm just going to tell you in advance, check not just your sun sign, but your moon sign and your rising sign. And please be aware of the ruler of your 12th house or the sign intercepted in your 12th house. Your 12th house exposes what you are afraid of that would be your undoing. So if you override the fear of whatever that reading's energy is, I promise you will come out higher on the other side of that choice, right? To override whatever the fear is, to acknowledge it and override it. So be aware of the signs that rule your 12th house. So for example, if you are a Libra rising, you are most likely a Virgo 12th house. If you are a Gemini rising, you are most likely a Taurus 12th house. You may have more than one sign that rules your 12th house if a sign is in fact intercepted. All right, which means it starts with one sign has another sign sandwiched in between that ruler of the 12th and your rising sign, okay? There's like a zodiac sign that's wedged in between, so you would also watch that if you have an intercepted 12th house, okay? Now we will get into Libra. 5:15, I think that's what it said. 5 minutes, 15 seconds. Okay, so Libra. Libran energies. What are we healing? What is the focus on the healing for October? What is the healing for Libra in October? What is the focus, please, Spirit? Crown chakra. Let's do Night Sun Tarot. All right, Spirit, please. What is this healing of the crown chakra look like? What does this healing of the crown chakra look like? For Libra. Insight, please, for October. Nope, being told that's way too many. All right. All right. All right, Libra. Bottom of the deck is the Chariot. Top of the deck is the Four of Cups. The Six of Cups. The Six of Cups. Okay. So Libra. Crown chakra is all about listening to the intuitive messages that you're getting from the divine, or the divine in you, right? Your spirit, capital S, your spirit. And being able to accept that that is the guidance that you're being given, to not resist it, but to accept it, right? Crown chakra also deals with remembering to have compassion, both for yourself and for other people, okay? Especially other people who may have been experiencing you at your worst, right? To have compassion for them in that not all of their reactions, don't hold it all against them, right? Don't hold all of their reactions to you against them if you know that your own choices were less than ideal or out of alignment, okay? Holding compassion instead of a grudge. Holding acceptance that everybody is on the journey where they're at on the journey, and not holding judgment against them. All right, crown chakra energy. We have the Three of Cups sideways with the Death card in the reverse and the King of Swords in the reverse. So Libra, you may have a niggling feeling that you need to let go of a third party. Potentially one who is pregnant or was pregnant, because this Death card is very pregnant. Okay, you may need to let go of a mother energy or maternal woundings. And if you're having a problem letting go of this third party, this karmic energy, it's because you are not seeing the higher perspective with the King of Swords and are trying to play what is essentially mind games. Okay, playing mind games for control. Trying to win or competing with someone on a mental level that you are trying to prove them wrong. And mind you, anytime you're trying to prove anything, you're automatically out of alignment, okay? Because Spirit doesn't prove anything. Spirit doesn't have to prove anything. So if you're trying to prove something to yourself or someone else, or you're competing with someone, especially if they are not in competition with you, like, please be aware. Don't assume they are. You might be in competition with them or comparing yourself to them when that is a misalignment, okay? So please be aware of any third-party energies, karmic third-party energies, that you truly do need to let go of. Especially if they are maternal in nature. It could simply be the wounding that is attracting these karmic people into your reality, right? Like a vicious cycle. It comes out with the Ace of Coins, the Eight of Cups, and the Ace of Swords, clarified by the Seven of Cups, the Hierophant, and the King of Cups. You're definitely dealing with a sacred soulmate, someone who potentially has really strong Cancerian energy, Cancer, Sun, Moon, or Rising. And you may have Cancerian woundings in your chart that you're working on balancing out right now. I think you want to start a new foundation or something solid, but you're having a difficult time choosing, right? There's a lot of confusion here and 2 cups in hands. So if you tend to put too much on your plate emotionally in general, you may seriously need a break. Your new foundation might require you to let go of wearing yourself thin emotionally or over investing emotionally in too many other people and not focusing on your own feelings enough, putting other people's feelings before your own. The Eight of Cups, Libra, actually looks like she's holding the scales of justice. There's 4 cups on each side. So you may be weighing, especially because the 4 of Cups involves a opportunity being missed, you may be weighing up your options on which opportunity you would prefer to not miss. What are you committing to, right, with the Hierophant, Taurean energy. So this may have to do with you and Taurus, wherever Taurus falls in your chart, whatever house Taurus is in, especially if you have a 12th house Taurus. If Taurus is in your 12th house or ruling your 12th house, you may have serious commitment issues. And so you're wondering right now what you should, in fact, commit to. And the truth is, with the the Ace of Swords, the truth is, the King of Cups, which is someone who is more emotionally mature, like, the truth is that's where you want to evolve. So if you're in a place where you're emotionally wearing yourself thin or spreading yourself too thin, you know, putting too many other people's emotions and feelings or how they would feel if before your own, the truth is, if you're making a choice, what you really want to do is emotionally mature and focus on more simple things, like just maybe you and one other person, right? Your sacred soulmate, whoever they are, with the 6 of Cups, because we have a lot of water energy here, Libra. A lot. Like the Chariot is water. That's Cancerian energy. The 6 of Cups is water. That's Scorpionic energy. The 3 of Cups is water. That's Cancerian energy. Then we have the 7 of Cups, which is Scorpionic energy. And then the King of Cups, which is all 3, Cancerian, Scorpionic, and Piscean energy. And the 8 of Cups is Piscean energy. So we've got tons of fucking water here. like tons of water. So your emotions are a big deal in October. Your emotions are a big deal. The cards are letting you know you can't actually lay a foundation on confusion or fog. You have to get clear, and you do have to commit to your own emotional evolution. All right? That you would remember that how you feel is fucking important and cannot be dismissed or negated, like at all. You can consider other people, but not without considering yourself too. And in the highest, like you can't actually dismiss yourself. There has to be a win scenario for you emotionally. Spreading yourself emotionally thin and draining yourself could potentially dive you into what is a situation where it's like you're trying to save someone who's drowning, and while you're trying to save someone who's drowning, you yourself begin to drown. You know what I mean? You can't do that. Like, people have to learn how to swim. They have to learn how to float. They have to learn how to flow. It is not your job to emotionally rescue other people, no matter who they are. No matter who they are, you have to remove the label. You have to forget about age. You have to forget about all of that stuff, because we're all old souls in different bodies. Like, age is actually, it's just an illusion, right? It's just an illusion. It's just where someone is in their journey. The underlying issue with the Chariot card, you may need to move forward. You may need to move forward with the Chariot card, especially because there's tons of fucking momentum with this card. And it might start with an apology and or compassion or forgiveness to the self, especially in regards to a Queen of Wands or a Queen of Fire. A wise old Queen of Fire. When I say old, I mean soul. A wise old Queen of Fire who potentially sees into your shadows. Who probably triggered up some wounding for you and is solo right now. From the Black Moon astrology cards, what energy would Spirit have you aware of for October with these energies? Overall, Libra, I do feel like you are going to make your highest good choice, whatever that is. You know, like whether you choose to try and lay a foundation on confusing energy, or if you move forward with your own maturing emotional evolution, either way, it's like long way or short way, but the destination's the same. So your highest good is imminent, and I feel that. It's just a matter of which route do you take? Do you want to take the long, hard road, the confusing road, the draining road, or do you want to rise to the challenge, right? Rise to the challenge of what is essentially the more difficult choice in maturation. This might be particularly important for you if you have a Grand Cross in your chart. That is the card that has come out from the Black Moon astrology cards, Grand Cross. So Libra, know your chart. Know your chart. A Grand Cross is when you have opposing planetary bodies and opposing planetary bodies all 90 degrees apart. It forms a Grand Cross. It is an extremely challenging alignment. People with a Grand Cross tend to have a seriously difficult life story, okay? They have gone through a harder path than most. Grand Crosses are not easy, and it requires a lot of overriding when it comes to trauma, okay? People with Grand Crosses in their birth charts tend to experience a great and extreme level of trauma in their life that needs to be overcome. So Grand Cross, What does Spirit want you to know? Grand Cross. Quote, life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. Helen Keller. The Grand Cross is an area of tension in a chart, thus becoming a great catalyst for movement and change. A rare astrological configuration, the Grand Cross, also called the Grand Square, occurs when 4 planets form a perfect cross in the skies. These planets are around 90 degrees from each other, meaning there are 4 planetary squares 90 degrees apart and 2 planetary oppositions 180 degrees apart. Squares in the astrological chart cause tension and restriction. Oppositions, as well, are seldom soft aspects. They come with the pressure to grow and the will to exceed any limitations put in one's path. But the Grand Cross is the most rare and intense of all. In mythology, this alignment represents the 4 directions. The Grand Cross, also called the Cosmic Cross, is symbolic of the 4 seasons, equinoxes, and solstices, as well as the quarter cross days, indicating a period of time when your life may seem at cross purposes. Usually, when a Grand Cross occurs, it indicates a crisis, yet through this calamity will be the painful process of growth and then renewal, and eventually a greater foundation for happiness and success. Strangely, it is almost as if the planetary energies are in competition with each other. That's that competition energy I was pulling up on, right? This may be a rather exasperating time where you feel provoked and frustrated over booby traps and seem to have been set in your way. It's as if everything is working at cross purposes and you feel pulled in many directions. Such false leads and failed plans may leave you unable to produce concrete achievements. An area to look at when the Grand Cross card comes up is how you communicate. Are you communicating as well as you should? Are you abandoning a worthy project the minute it loses its shine in an effort to capture a larger, glossier prize? But more simply, in your effort to accomplish more, are you juggling balls in the air? Do you notice as you juggle if you are stuck in the same spot that not much has been achieved? When this card presents itself in a reading, it suggests there are multiple talents you are able to access as well as numerous paths you can take. Focus and organization are key. Until this matter phases out, expect resistance since opposition is the main energy field of the Grand Cross. Once on track, the momentum toward the attainment of what you desire will be impossible to stop. That's why you need to commit, right? The weighing of options. It mainly has to do with the shifting of energy and switching into gear. In regards to relationships or love, they will have a faded quality. You will not want to let go of a person no matter how hard it gets. There will be sacrifice and compromise with this relationship, and it will be one where you may want to bump your head against many walls that seem to fly up out of nowhere. You are being challenged, and if you do not weather it out and see what the future brings, you will likely always regret letting this relationship go. The sacrifice is needed. The compromise is necessary. If the question is about business and career, know that it will happen, but it will be hard, and you will have to be willing to walk the miles. Diligence will be required. What is positive about the Grand Cross card is you are becoming more realistic and focused. You won't be attracted to so much glitz and glitter, but looking more towards stability and long-lasting success. A good thing to remember is that it's best not to fight the hard lessons at this time. In fact, this is a period where you need to take stock of all that has brought you to this place. It is time to draw upon your own strength. In doing so, you will move from uncertainty into a place of peace and contentment. In brief, You will need to override frustrations and being overwhelmed by the reality of situations, balancing things out, overriding analysis paralysis and the unreadiness to move or act, the mulling over of matters, and fear of building a foundation. Keep your eye on the prize and recognize your own identity crisis. Focus on yourself and your self-worth. Initiate your need to act in order to relieve yourself of poverty mindset and the need to scavenge. Forget about hard luck and not being given a break. Focus on your direction, earning trust, and implementing change. The need to be more flexible and encountering resistance is something you will deal with. This is a time for healing and a time for reasoning, a time for feeling hurt and letting go of victimization, feeling misunderstood, and taking a realistic look at the future. Going through the motions is an unfavorable act of time and impulse. Libra. You're weighing your options. The universe has given you such an intense alignment because you deserve the intense satisfaction of the reward at the end should you achieve it. Not many are given the opportunity to succeed a grand cross in their chart. And if you've been given one, it's because Spirit knows you're capable. Spirit knows you're capable. Don't worry about failing other people. It's a matter of whether or not you choose to live with the feeling of failing yourself. October is big for you. That was Libra. Scorpio, 2733, and do you believe? All right. Scorpio. Scorpio. Spirit, what is the focus and the healing for October? For scorpionic energies. What is the focus and the healing for Scorpio and scorpionic energies? Right, Scorpio, sun, moon, and rising with a note to the fears that it can cause in your 12th house. Sexuality is what you're healing. Sacral chakra work. With that card coming out, we are totally using the Tarot of Sexual Magic. Again, please be aware, adult images are on these cards. If it is not your thing or you can't handle it, sign off now. We are healing your sacral chakra, Scorpio. This is about openness. This is about sharing. This is about beauty and honor, right? Honoring your sexual partners and being honored by your sexual partners, okay? That you would not just give your body, your temple to any other energy, but that you would respect it and consider it sacred. Being open to the idea that your body and the sharing of your body is sacred. Your body is beautiful. And that the love physically shared with another is meant to be beautiful in its intensity and its passion, in the sacredness of it all, right? insight, please, into what October, what this healing looks like for Scorpio. What is going on in October for Scorpio? Six of Cups, King of Cups, Temperance, Four of Cups, Four of Pentacles, and the Two of Pentacles with the Four of Swords. Lots of fours, Scorpio. And to be fair, sexuality is card number 13, which is also a 4. So we've got 4, 4, 4, 4. We've got the Ace of Swords on the bottom. And the 8 of Swords on top for a total of 9 swords. All right. Scorpio, we start the month with you nostalgic and reminiscing. The heart space is remembering a beautiful memory. It's remembering a beautiful memory. Staring at this picture, whether in the reality or in the mind, of when you were with someone. Or you're fantasizing about someone that you may be having a hard time tempting. Into what is a deeper connection with you, right? Beyond the surface. You might be using the surface to try and tempt them, or have used surface things like sex to connect with them because you wanted something deeper. But I feel like this is challenging. You want someone who you can not just worship in your relationship with them, that they would be your only one, but who also is soft and admires the fact and appreciates the fact that they are your only one. Like the king here is grand, and he's stroking her hair. Like she's sitting by his feet and he's stroking her hair. I think what you're working on, Scorpio, is the alchemization of power. Because the heart space in the card is not as regally dressed as the head space in the card. You might try and strategically plan a lot and ask your heart to take a back seat because maybe your head feels it knows how to obtain a partner, a high-level partner. When really the truth is your heart space wants to rule the mind. The heart space is trying to whip the head into shape, right? The heart space wants the mind to bend to its will, to submit. To submit. Your heart space wants your mind to submit. it wants you to commit to being an equal. To being an equal. So that you don't wake up in the morning having those awkward moments where you're in bed with someone you slept with the night before and you don't know where you stand. You don't know where you stand. It's getting away from that energy of sleeping with someone, being physically intimate with someone, sharing your body with someone, wanting the very emotionally mature King of Cups. And yet the Queen is nowhere present. It's almost like you're holding on to this mistress vibration. You want something long-term, want something solid. But are essentially giving yourself up too easily. Physically, that is. And then you find yourself in this situation where you're using your sexuality, or the fact that your sexual energy is very magnetic and high, and using it to, you know, whether you are consciously aware of it or not, to attract the opposite sex, and not necessarily being interested in them or knowing that they're not necessarily your long term, and then feeling almost obligated to partake in acts with them. Because if you look at the Four of Swords here with the Two of Pentacles, the Temperance energy, like this is why you're going through this alchemical process. It doesn't actually feel good to have that kind of energy or exude that kind of energy and then not want it, because this feminine here is being resistant. She's covering the private parts of the masculine here, and he's trying to pry her mouth open. She doesn't want it. The soul, right? The heart space and the soul doesn't want that person. They are not a king. They are not a king. You want a king and fantasize about being with a king. King energy. But you're settling for Joe Schmoes. Or fantasizing over people who are just, they're not kings. This is what Spirit is healing with you in October. What message would you have come through, Spirit, with the Black Moon astrology cards for Scorpio? Scorpionic energies, Sun, Moon, Rising, with a nod to the 12th house. You have Scorpio in the 12th, as that is the fear you will need to override. What card would you have for Scorpio, Spirit? Don't be afraid of the shifts, Scorpio. I know you're a fixed sign, but your sign for being a fixed sign is the sign of transformation. So the transformations may seem or feel difficult, but the actions of following through with the transformation are not actually difficult to choose. They're not difficult to physically do. We're talking about really feeling out someone's energy first and allowing them to essentially court you properly. Tenth house may be significant for you. This is the World card. And a matter of divine timing at that. You also see the world, the way it looks, kind of looks like an eye with the clock above it. You may be keeping an eye on the time, feeling like your time is running out or time is ticking. It's all divine time. Quote, "The desire for fame tempts even noble minds." St. Augustine, the City of God. Fame and the world at large. In astrology, the 10th house, which is at the top of the zodiac, embodies the masculine principle and represents the father or a primary male influence, or at least a very powerful, influential man. It can also represent the man in a woman's life. Because the 10th house opposes the 4th house, it can sometimes represent the woman or the mother in your life. But mostly the 10th house stands for reputation and standing. This is an ambitious card. It's about owning the world and being on top of the world. It is the ultimate card to have when you need to be confident in what you are doing and to go for what you want and nothing less. Because the 10th house is the house of Capricorn, it indicates you are about to be put forth on a diligent and concentrated effort. The climb and the advancement of your reputation is what the 10th house card means when it turns up in a spread. It also suggests looking at everything as the big picture. Since the 10th house is ruled by Saturn, being required to tell the truth or to be honest will have great bearing on how you advance in your goals. People will discuss what you're doing, what you've started or are about to make. You may be contacted by media, become recognized in your community, or at least you will see the efforts in some public forum. The matter in hand may have something to do with larger bodies or situations bigger than yourself. Or it could just mean your ambitions are gaining momentum. Layers of illusions will be removed, your essential self disclosed. This could be in relation to the public or your reputation, any possible love interest. If a love interest, they could be older or more established, or they will work along beside you in meeting your goals. If this card comes up, it can sometimes mean playing along with the status quo to get ahead, and it could be to do with paying your dues or grabbing what you can and taking advantage of a situation. This card suggests how high you can go in this life, or at least concerning the issue at hand. Since it symbolizes the world, it also represents the earth, so working the land or acquiring land is something that may come into play and can therefore denote growth, crops, or farming. Since Saturn plays in, this card can also represent a reaper, such as in you reap what you sow. So with the 10th house card, you can back what you give. In essence, though, this is the primary card of fame and infamy, your legacy, and what you will become known for. It is the house of success and failure. And this card will tell you what will likely come about depending on the surrounding cards in your reading and upon the energies that surround you in the current time. Truth and honesty will decide this matter. Trust the universe is supporting you now. How will you thrust yourself into your power? Influencing people. Meeting other persons of power. Dealing with the public, and masculine principle, the father, the husband, and the most important man in your life. This is about your reputation, fame, and infamy, your legacy, endurance, measuring time by effort, and hard work. Diligence, step-by-step processes, and being methodical. Achieving success and paying attention. The voice of wisdom. Ownership of action and destiny. Your place in your world. What kind of a reputation are you building? What are you becoming known for? Are you infamously single? Or constantly ending up with partners who are under par? Constantly looking for potential to come about. It takes a lot of time for a page or a knight or a prince to become a king. Fuck, look at Prince Charles. He waited how many fucking years to be king? It could take a long time for an individual to reach king status in their energy. My ear just rang like crazy. It could take a long time. So if you're humoring princes, hoping they become a king one day, you might end up wasting a lot of time. You're better off just looking and holding out for those who are already kings, and not waste your time with the princes or the pages and the nobodies of the world. It's going to affect your reputation. Because if you're the type of person who is constantly involving yourself with lower status energy, and a king knows that, they're going to look at you like a princess when they're looking for a queen. Because princesses fuck with princes. You know. Have affairs with the help. A king looking for a queen is going to weigh the reputation of the person who decides to put on his throne next to him. So if you're healing your reputation, fucking value yourself. Put yourself in higher regard. Remember who you give yourself to is sacred. Because this is what you're healing for October. That was Scorpio. All right, Sag. What is that time? Looks like, what, 40? I can't freaking see. 49:11, okay. Sagittarius. Spirit, please. What is Sagittarius, Sagittarian energy healing? What is the focus in the month of October? Sagittarius, sun, moon, and rising, with a nod to the 12th house, which is the fear that you must override. crown chakra to root chakra. Presence and physical health. This is about healing your awareness, your attention, your reality, and your connection, your vitality, your strength, your body image, and balance. Being present for yourself. Remembering the sweetness of life. And remembering that you're beautiful. Literally. Even if you don't feel perfect. Remembering that you are also a guardian with master number 44. And that your guardian presence is required, which means you have to pay attention to your physical needs. Your needs. All right, let's do the Nicoletta Tarot. For Sag. Symbolism with these cards, we have a bumblebee or a honeybee, and we also have a red thread attached to the lantern of security. And you've got your hand out, holding it up. You may be physically ready in the present, to be fair. You may be exuding a serious amount of vitality and strength in the present reality. You may be very attentive and aware in your connection to your inner and outer experience. Because this is what is being focused on. All right. So, Spirit, what is going on in October? Insight, please, for Sag and Sagittarian energies. Sun, Moon, and Rising with a nod to the 12th house, right? The fears that need to be overridden if Sag is your 12th house ruler. We got the Page of Swords. The Five of Cups. The Four of Swords. Clarities, please. The Nine of Swords. The Eight of Swords. Maybe one more. And Judgment. Bottom of the deck is the King of Cups. Top of the deck is the Queen of Coin. Okay, Sag. You're dealing with what is essentially a baby masculine. Because we have a masculine energy in the crib here, which may be indicative of your own beginner's mind. And we have a little mini masculine on the ship coming in with this huge feminine energy. Huge on the King's card. The King of Cups. Sag, if you yourself are not spying, then you definitely have someone spying on you. And they're having a ton of anxiety. This is someone, if they are in fact a quote-unquote baby masculine, it is potentially someone who, with the Eight of Swords, you might not be able to get the abandonment off your mind, and it might be because they're tuning into your energy and they can't get the abandonment off their mind. This is a feminine energy who has essentially taken the wings of the bird, okay? They've mixed parts. She's got his bottom and the wings, and he's got a human body with the head, and you can see that the life, the energy in the bird's eyes is very empty, right? It's lidless, it's emotionless. Almost robotic, like that eye that a robot has because it has no soul. Not that whoever is watching you has no soul. Everybody does. And everybody has emotions. You may have been, with your presence, right, like an angel. But you've taken their wings. And they don't know how to fly without you. Or they don't want to know what it's like to fly without you. This person may have significant Piscean placements. Someone who, when you get too close to them or touch their soul, they react like poison, with the toads in the picture. Someone who is maybe afraid of growing up, spiritually speaking. And they're going through judgment here. They have the key. The little tiny person is holding the key with this big, oversized feminine energy. The feminine energy is larger than life. She's literally growing from a rose within her own castle. She is. She is the castle. Like, her dress morphs into the rose, which is the centerpiece of the castle. She's the castle. She's larger than life. The Queen of Coin on top of the deck, I feel like you're in that vibration. The Queen of Coin is in a vibration of receiving in the reality, right? Receiving. So you're probably going through a huge glow up, materially speaking. You're receiving a lot. Your finances are probably very solid. And everything you need is present, right? Because you're receiving it from the outer experience, and you're surrounded by what is essentially candy and ice cream all over the place, surrounded by sweetness. And you've got these sea dragons. These sea dragons protecting you from the smaller masculine energy. The Ten of Wands is under that. This is someone who experiences a lot of spiritual burden and truly does feel abandoned, because whoever this person is that is watching you, take it as it resonates, because it could totally be reversed. You know if this is you, okay? But especially if you're a Sagittarian male, I might be talking about you. You might be spying, or if you are a male with strong or significant Sagittarian placements in your chart. Beyond, right, just sun, moon, or rising. The person you're dealing with may have strong or significant Sagittarian energy. But I feel like the feminine energy is very delicate. Delicate in that you have to handle the energy with what is essentially white gloves and respect, because you don't want to drop it, right? The delicacy of the energy, it's something you don't actually want to lose. You don't want to break it. And if you are dealing with a smaller masculine energy from your past, right, with the Judgment card, or someone connected to you in the past that you may or may not be dealing with immediately, right, especially because there's the Page here, which is like a spy. You may have fortified yourself, energetically speaking. Like, this person would have a difficult time getting through your walls unless they use the key, right? The truth is key. Communication is key, especially with all these swords. You may have grieved the loss of this person because you couldn't get them to emotionally connect. You couldn't bring the life of their soul to the surface for you. Your energy is very warm and affectionate. And this other person, whoever you're dealing with or were dealing with in your past, is very cold. Spiritually, they have to grow up. They have to grow up. I think you're manifesting a whole lot. I think you've got a ton of deep emotions. To be fair, that this person is coming up in your reading, like, yes, you are energetically misaligned, but there's a reason why they're in your reading. You being in this larger than life energy, beyond the small world, is meant to inspire whoever this is to grow. I definitely think you're blooming and you're energetically fortified. And to be fair, you're probably in your head a little bit about this person, because I think you sense that they're not quite of the same magnitude as you are at the present moment, and are afraid that reopening this, right, resurrecting this with the Judgment card, that you would find that they haven't grown up yet, that they're mentally stuck. That's your fear, that you would end up grieving this person again because they didn't choose to grow with you. It's like they wanted your warmth back. They wanted your larger than life energy back, but aren't necessarily of the same caliber, not willing to be larger than life with you, not willing to shift or mentally grow with you. Almost like a fear of learning. I think you're afraid of allowing your emotions to come out when their emotions, their soul has not come forward for you yet. You may be having anxiety about communicating with this person because I feel like you want this person to be of your magnitude, want this person to be on your level, and you're afraid that if you were to open up talking to them, that you would realize that they are still stunted and it would actually be shattering. Like a gross disappointment. Because I feel like if someone did in fact reach out to you or communicate, you'd want to answer. You'd want to resurrect it and answer. In October. But a part of you is absolutely afraid that you're going to get a lot of the same old energy with this person, and that in and of itself would be shattering, because I feel like you're rooting for this person's grow up. You're rooting for the person to grow. So every time you would communicate with them when they're stagnant and the same, it hurts you all over again. It hurts you all over again. What is the guidance, please, Spirit? What would you have come through with the Black Moon astrology cards for Sag? Again, you could be dealing with an air sign with all the swords. Someone with significant or strong scorpionic placement. And someone with strong Piscean energy. First house, the body. Which is interesting, right? Because we have the physical health card. Your health may have been physically affected by this person. This is talking about your first house. Your rising sign. This might be especially important if you're a Sag rising. Quote, I am not the perishable body, but the eternal self. Ramana Maharshi. Move ahead with confidence, Sagittarius. You are rising. The first house in astrology begins with the ascendant, the astrological constellation rising over the eastern horizon at the time the chart is cast. In the natal chart, the ascendant represents the moment you were born. Like the sun and moon, the first house is one of the most important parts of your horoscope. So you may want to also watch your rising sign if you are not a Sag rising. The first house represents your physical appearance, how your body works, and where your strengths and weaknesses lie. It is the beginning to everything. The first house is also the quote-unquote mask that everyone else first sees. Although the first house is the house of self, it is also the persona you project. It is how you relate to the world first. If the first house card presents itself in a reading, it means you will soon be feeling your own strength. Although it may feel natural just to, quote, take over and assert your power, you may need to pull back just a bit. Try not to control or dominate certain situations, as it could backfire. More positively, people may feel comfortable now with you as their leader and won't mind following your lead. It's important that you don't abandon your goals now out of boredom. Presently, you will start things with great gusto, but must follow up. You need to finish all that you start. The first house shows your image. So, how you come across to others is of utmost importance now and bears greatly on your success. Perhaps you may opt for a new look, and indeed, this can have a bearing on how successful you will be. Since this house opposes the 7th house of partnerships, it is a good omen regarding relationships of all kinds. It can mean relationships are about to mature or become more serious. Marriage may be in the cards, or it may mean that you are transitioning into a better place concerning other people in general. As the first house is also about your physical body, it's important you pay attention to your health and the signals your body is sending you. Your body is your ultimate container, the first place your soul passes into. The first house card also speaks of beginnings and starting anew. It implies it is time to honor your gift of being distinct. It also suggests a position of leadership. When this card turns up in a reading, it may be time to defend something of value to you, perhaps your reputation, perhaps your authentic self, or your chosen life path. You may be challenged where you must stand by your convictions. You could have conflicts with certain authority figures and thus need to go to some extra measures to keep a cool head in any given situation. This card marks a period of being tested or challenged and indicates who you are and who you will become. Whatever is implied in the surrounding cards will indicate what must soon be faced and met. All in all, the first thing to consider with this card is how healthy you are and your stamina, then your role as a leader, or just you as a person who is about to start something significant. Always look at your surrounding cards to determine what comes next, quite directly and unexpectedly. This is about getting yourself into a regimen, working out and improving on your appearance to feel better about your own self and the reflection staring back at you. This is recognition for your reputation of personal strength and your defense in battles. Know that you may be singled out, be prompted or triggered to be upset, and working on your own without help, realizing a dream that is yours alone. A solitary path and issues brought forth from early childhood. It is destiny in the making. So in regards with this energy and this present in the spread, you may be leading by example with the person that you sense is in your reality, that you're feeling their energy, and you may be in a leadership position moving forward with this person where if you are waiting on them to call shots before following their lead before, it would be quite the opposite. They would be following your lead. And you would need to become very comfortable in that leadership role. And know that this person is going to require some patience to grow up to your size, energetically speaking. You're going to have to be firm. Know that this person will probably trigger you, and that you are capable of rising to the challenge and standing firm, right? That you would be able to lead and not be knocked off your own direction. Sag. I think if you did things someone else's way before and you ended up disappointed, it's spirit letting you know, like, you really need to do things your way. If they're not down to do things your way, then they can grow up on their own and you can take the solitary road, right? You could take the solitary road, but it's in a very humble way, your way or the highway. Your way or the highway. Like, respectfully, they can walk whatever path they want, but they're not going to disturb yours. They can be in whatever energy they want, but they're not going to shift yours. You're not going to shrink to their size. They're going to have to grow up to meet your size. Right. All right. Capricorn. 7637. All right, Capricorn. Capricorn energies. Sun, Moon, Rising with a nod to the 12th house, as if Capricorn rules your 12th house. This reading would indicate a fear that you need to override. What is the focus and the healing for Capricorn, please, Spirit, in the month of October? What is the focus of the healing for Capricorn energies in the month of October? Relationships. Sacral chakra healing might be particularly important because relationships rule the 7th house if you have Capricorn in the 7th house. We're going to pull from the Night Sun Tarot. No, we are not. We are going to pull from the 13 Tarot. Okay. Spirit, please. For Capricorn, what does this healing look like? This healing of intimacy, this healing of freedom in their relationships, right? The acceptance and trust that you have in a partner in order to maintain a relationship. Relationships are maintained, built and maintained in the long term on trust and the acceptance that each individual in the relationship is unique and should not be shifted, changed, or morphed or molded into anything else. The vulnerability in being yourself, the freedom to be yourself, and vice versa, and that you can trust that who you are in a relationship with would never hold intention, ever, to hurt or harm you in any way. That they would never take actions to diminish you. That they would never not consider you. What does October look like for Capricorn? Capricorn energies. Seven of Wands. Death. Two of Wands. La Luna. The Moon. Clarities, please. King of Pentacles. The Four of Cups in the reverse. The Nine of Cups in the reverse. And the Knight of Cups. Bottom of the deck is the Five of Wands. Top of the deck is the Four of Wands. All right. Capricorn. Defending yourself, especially because the King of Pentacles is your card. Standing up for yourself. Standing up for your manifestation or your way of doing things. Trusting what and how you choose to do. Standing up for yourself as a manifester. Knowing the double-edged sword of truth. And I'm hearing taking a page out of someone else's book in order to not miss an opportunity. This may be particular to Capricorn males. Or particularly significant because this is, I'm feeling a very aggressive energy. It can go for Capricorn females as well. But this is a very aggressive energy, a very aggressive transformation. It's almost as if you're putting pressure, spiritual pressure on someone or something. Where you feel something that you wished for or longed for was lost or taken from you. Your moon sign, I would tune into your moon sign because it might also be seriously significant in how you should move forward communicating. What approach you should take in your communication with this, what is essentially a power push. It's going to come from a divinely united place within. Where you felt conflicted. Where you once felt conflicted. It's making a choice to heal. It's making a choice to heal. And then it's like making the power play and then sitting back and waiting to see the result. It's not like a continuous force. It is a power play and then a watch and see what happens in October. Feeling free to be yourself, accepting others are where they are, and trusting the unfoldment. The power play, I feel like you're being strategic because you are a master manifester. This is a strategic power play. Because whatever it is that you wished for, whatever you are emotionally attached to or wanting or desiring that you do not want to lose, that's why you're making the push. You refuse to lose it. You refuse. You may have serious conflicts with someone who has stronger, significant Gemini energy. And then your Aquarian energy may be healing. It may also be the fact that Saturn is on your side right now. Believe it or not. That Saturn would be creating a challenge in Aquarius for the external experience that you are utilizing. That Saturn from Aquarius is creating a pressure, right? Like, for example, Saturn right now is squaring Uranus, and Pluto in Capricorn is trining Taurus's house, which is where Uranus is. It's a beneficial energy. That those two houses, Capricorn and Taurus, are in trine, and Aquarius is creating that challenge. And to the nodes as well, because South Node's in Scorpio, which is here and present. I think you're utilizing the external challenges that people are in to your advantage in a very deeply soul-aligned way in October. I think this is a major power play. And I do feel as if it's going to work out. There's going to be a higher healing because of it. Especially if you can make the play and trust the rest, right? That you don't have to keep pushing. It's like a Hail Mary that wins the game. You know what I mean? Like the play to end all other plays. Sit with your soul on this one. Solar Eclipse and the second house. Solar Eclipse is card number 44. We are, in fact, having a solar eclipse on the 25th of October. You may have stronger significant placements in your second house, which will benefit you, and or have Capricorn in the second. Okay. So card number 44. Solar eclipse. Quote, revolution is actually something that starts in individual hearts. Bill Viola. This card spells out change. Eclipses, both solar and lunar, are the earliest forecasting tools used in astrology. Through these dramatic sky events, the ancients understood major transformations were about to happen, and since these eclipses looked so dramatic, ancient people greatly feared them. Since during an eclipse the sun and moon give the impression they disappear, the ancients associated eclipses with serpents they believed were devouring the lights in the sky. From this, the ancients formed the idea of death and rebirth, which is what eclipses are all about. In other words, when it comes to eclipses, something has to die for better things to be reborn. In the case of the solar eclipse, the effects are longer lasting. The solar eclipse occurs during the new moon, when the sun and moon are in opposition but perfectly aligned. For a brief time, the moon obscures the sun, blocking it from view. In essence, this is a blackout, which means we must focus on what is directly in front of us. Usually a change or a shock is in store, which may not be welcome, but is necessary to move us forward. When the solar eclipse card turns up in a reading, you can expect swift changes that end one chapter and start a new one. You may have felt something would eventually happen, not having recently paid much attention to the situation. Then you're presented with a shock or a jolt, and you're reeling over the sudden change. This upheaval takes away what has been familiar and safe, so you can embark on new territories or even new venture to a strange new terrain, but it will be daunting. These events may seem like negativities at first: a divorce, the end of a relationship, being forced to move, or even losing a job. Eclipses tend to affect relationships for most, however, so you may soon see stressors and upsetting changes in the relational supports you have counted on. For whatever reason, these may be taken away, either for the time being, but perhaps permanently. So the one thing you can count on is that your life will go through a complete rearrangement of sorts. These energies are saying that it is necessary to be cruel before being kind. But eclipses are not always about their downside. Instead, you may find yourself having to dive in to change something yourself, to fix something yourself, or to create something you hadn't really thought of, but will work out brilliantly. That's the power play. That ends up transforming your life all the ways you've hoped for, maybe beyond your wildest imaginings. All in all, when the solar eclipse card turns up, it implies you are being forced to make a decision and to act on it. There will be no stepping away from it. Even though you may not have been consciously aware of just how much certain issues were not working, it's time to look ahead and finally resolve what has held you back. Now it is time to begin anew and start that new chapter in the book of life. It indicates a rapid change in direction or life path, and sudden rises and changes, major adjustments in homes or family situations, and breaking old patterns, being pushed to new directions, self-mastery, and working with the shadow, resisting feeling lost or being in the dark, and facing what needs to be faced, a willingness to reinvent, a willingness to be thrown off balance and then finding your balance once more, the shakedown, starting a new path and being zapped into awareness, becoming present, being required to awaken, being no longer able to rely on what is familiar. Solar eclipse. Second house. Second house is the house of possessions. So if you are going to be dealing with drastic changes, it may literally be your living situation or with what you own, things that are of your possession, right? Either a huge rise or a huge shift and change where things are being removed. Second house, owning. Quote, wealth is the ability to truly experience life. Henry David Thoreau. Wealth is the ability to truly experience life. You will own it. The second house is about being grounded in the physical. It is the house of money and is about what you own and movable goods. Ruled by the sign of Taurus, the second house is also about solid reality, creature comforts, lifestyle, and areas supported primarily in the physical realm. It is also the key to your power in the world and how you will feel empowered and disempowered. The second house isn't always to do with money and possessions. It's about ownership of talents, maintaining comfortable shelter, living up to your personal values and self-esteem. It is also about what we decide to utilize or manifest in the physical realm, the desired result of which will always be quantifiable rewards, comfort, and also familial happiness. When this card turns up, it's time to concentrate on more practical issues. How you handle your finances. How do you look out for yourself and yours in terms of shelter? How are you being rewarded? Are you making a good living at what you love? It's a time where you need to protect resources and manage those things that you own in a mature and equitable way. When this card presents itself in a spread, it's about sowing seeds for good harvest later. It is a time to build, accumulate, and manage. You may be at a stage to take the beginning steps of owning your own business or embarking on a path that will not only enable you to realize your dreams, but could also make you a fortune in doing so. Meeting up with stubborn individuals or being unyielding yourself could be an issue. It's important to stay the course, but also to be flexible when dealing with others, especially concerning goals or any financial matter. Music, especially the human voice, or issues concerning the voice box may somehow figure in. Beauty, maintaining a good appearance and having a sense of fashion at this time is also imperative. No matter what your question or focus, money, earnings, and material assets will play a part. Usually this is an extremely positive card, indicating significant financial rewards if you stay on your path and remain diligent and committed in all that you do. Since the second house is ruled by Taurus, with patience and gradual advancement and solid achievement will be on its way. The only warning is to be cautious where finances are concerned. It's possible, if you come into money, that you may meet some unscrupulous people who will work to take it from you. However, do consider the other cards in the spread in relation to your questions. The second house card can at times indicate stubbornness, slothfulness, and developments that come about slowly or seem to drag on. You will not be able to rush things. In most instances, this card indicates an abundant harvest. No matter how fast or delayed it will be, it will arrive. So whatever power play, Capricorn, whatever power play you're making, whatever push you're making, you're going to reap a serious reward from it. A serious reward from it. Be frugal and invest wisely. And whatever push you're making, whether the relationship is romantic or business, know it's going to work out wildly in your favor. This is a super auspicious card, and this is a radical shift and can be as equally high as it can be low. Because this is auspicious, coming out with it is definitely letting you know that the direction of this shift is up. The shift is up. Capricorn. Making a decision from a union within the self place to make a power play that is ultimately going to get you whatever it is you're wishing for, because you will not lose it. You refuse, which means that is your reward. Whatever it is, that is the reward of your effort. Whatever power play you make, whatever you have in mind that you want when you make it, the reason why you're making it, you will get it. You will get it. Take the power play in October. No matter how long it takes for the result to show up, because that card can indicate patience being required, definitely know it's going to be fucking worth it. whatever the power play is. Like green light, green light, green light, green light, green light. That is for Capricorn. We are going to get into Aqua in just a minute. I'm going to grab something to drink really quickly because these definitely ended up taking a lot longer than I originally first intended. We're already almost 2 hours in and I am not quite halfway through. So I'm going to take a quick intermission. I'm going to grab something to drink. I will see you back here in the next, I don't know, we'll say 3 to 5 minutes. All right, guys, intermission. Okay, guys. We're back. I'm gonna let it another inset real quick. In lieu of Capricorn's future successes, we'll do patchouli. We got some good money manifesting vibes for you. All right. So, Aqua. 10505. Which would be 145. All right. Aqua. What would tarot deck we're going to end up being guided to? Spirit, please. For Aqua, Sun, Moon, Rising. With a nod to the 12th house, for whatever comes out in the reading is a fear that needs to be overridden. For example, 12th house Capricorn would have a deep fear of success and abundance and what that means as far as change. So, needs to be overridden, right? So, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, 12th house. What is the focus in the healing, please, Spirit? For Aquarius and Aquarian energies. What is the focus in the healing? Sound. Music, silence, rhythm, and vibration. Throat chakra. Throat chakra, Aqua. Soul song. Getting in touch with your soul song. Move into the beat of your own drum. Or in this case, a bass or cello. We're going to do the Night Sun Tarot. Seemed natural to just pick that one. This is about, the throat chakra. When I talk about the throat chakra, if you put your arms out sideways and bring them in, your arms align with your throat chakra, like your hands are extensions of your throat chakra. We communicate with our hands. We create with our hands. And so everything that we do and create, not just speak, has to do with the throat chakra. And this is about getting in touch with your authentic sound, your authentic soul song. Being able to create from that truth, right? The truth of who you are and your authenticity. Getting in touch with your authentic vibration in the highest. So, Spirit, what is going on with Aquarian energy for October? That this is the focus and the healing. What is going on in October for Aquarius and Aquarian energy? For October. Clarities, please. Interesting. Bottom of the deck is the Two of Coin. Top of the deck is the Ten of Cups. Aquarius, I feel like you definitely have your fulfillment, your soul fulfillment consciously on your mind. That you're thinking about bliss, not just happiness, but bliss. That's what you're thinking of. And it's either because you're in it or you're not and far from it, which is why you're continuously thinking about what bliss would feel like, what it would look like, right? And I feel like you're tiptoeing. I feel like you're tiptoeing with this 2 of coins on the bottom. The Fool card is under that. The Magician's under that. The Queen of Swords is under that with her heart in a cage. Aqua, you might be being called because you want bliss to take your emotions out of your manifestations with others. Like if you're kind of tiptoeing and taking a leap of faith in a certain direction and you're not letting on to it, is because you want bliss and are unwilling to let your emotions get in the way. Yeah, you're tiptoeing. Almost like you're avoiding the tripwires. Especially with this 5 of Wands, clarified by the Lover's card. You might be avoiding tripwires in order to get to a divine a counterpart. A highly aligned counterpart that you feel a lot of passion for. Healing is coming in with the 3 of coins. You may be healing a contract or moving forward from a soul contract, that the soul contract you previously had is now complete. You may be moving from one situation, dynamic, relationship, environment into another, and doing it very strategically, almost sneakily. Because wherever you are, it's not, I don't feel like it's your bliss. I think you're moving towards your bliss. The 2 of Swords here, clarified by the Queen of Cups. This Queen of Cups is very pregnant. Okay, super pregnant. And the 2 of Swords here, there is a glowing egg at the top of the card. So we have a fertility symbol clarified by a very fertile Queen of Cups. Whether you're pregnant or not, want to get pregnant or not, you're moving towards someone whom you actually want or would have children with, even if you don't want kids. They are someone worth having children with. And if you already have kids, they're someone you actually want your children to be around. This figure also has a halo. Okay. This is someone who is extremely compassionate and very nurturing, who takes pride in the way that they love. You're moving towards someone who takes pride in the way that they love. Not just how they love you, but how they love children, whether they or you have them or not. You're moving towards that person. This is someone who understands your heart space and vice versa. Cupid struck you with this person. There was something about this person, Aqua. There was something about this person that when you first go back to when you first connected with this person, The first time you saw them, the first time you truly interacted with them, there was something about them that struck you a little bit differently, or a lot differently. This wasn't just a friend that developed into a romantic dynamic. This is someone who the attraction to them, or the draw, the magnetism to them was, it was immediately there. Your soul knew that they were of a different caliber. That they could love you in soul differently. It's higher. I'm hearing like it's a higher love. I'm so nosy. I'm pulling the sexual tarot. I'm pulling the sex magic tarot. I'm nosy as hell. I hope y'all are nosy too. Aqua, give me some clarity about this Queen of Cups energy, right? Male or female, doesn't matter. Give me some insight into the... Yeah. Oh my god. This is press you up against a wall type fucking passion. Oh shit. An inability to take your hands off each other. Someone who is defensive of you, who feels like they lost you already. They lost you once already. To what is essentially a pan type creature. Someone who is promiscuous or unfaithful. They lost you to someone lesser than them, who loved you less than them. This person's still crazy about you. Even having potentially lost you to someone else who was a complete douchebag, period. They've had their eye on you the whole time. They are your knight in shining armor. They're the soul food. They're the nurturance. This is someone who takes pride in the way they love you. Aqua. 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 Oh, man. They're tuned in to your fucking soul song. They love your song. They will listen to your soul song on repeat. They will listen to your soul song on repeat for the rest of their life. You are the only song they want to hear. If they heard no other song but the sound of your soul, then they would be completely fucking content, like 10 of Cups bliss. They want every piece of you. And they want to love each and every piece. Hot damn. Aqua, October is your month to move towards this person. If you're married or already in a relationship, you're figuring out a way to get out of it. I'm telling you right now, you are figuring out a way to get out of it, especially if you're married to a douchebag. Wow. Wow. Aqua is tiptoeing and avoiding tripwires. Leo, I will. Ah! Wow. Wow. Leo is Aqua's polar sign, so it's their balance. It's their fucking balance. Holy shit. All right. Quote, "It is better to be looked over than overlooked." Mae West. Better to be looked over than overlooked. Someone, when I tell you this person is eyeing you up and down, like they're completely turned on by you, they want to start in this passionate physical embracing and let it last for days. Like, this person does not want to take their skin away from your skin. They just want to touch you and be next to you and fucking love the shit out of you. Like, this is beyond just physical attraction. This is, my soul wants to feed your soul energy. It says, this is a card of honor and strength, proud and strong. The sign of Leo is all about integrity. They are ruled by the sun, which is the light and the force we cannot live without. We would be left in darkness. Like the sun, Leo is warm and vital. They intend to make their mark on the world, have a secret wish to be admired, and they want their time on earth to mean something. Not willing to be another link in the chain, Leos want to stand apart from the rest. Some may be known for their dramatic beauty, while others are clowns or at least the life of the party. The sign of Leo reigns over children, creativity, and the stage or public arena. Leos make great actors, television workers, book publishers, artists, salespersons. They do what must count to be unique. To overlook this energy brings about great resentment in the self, but generally, Leos are too proud to ever do so. When the Leo card comes up in a reading, expect to be at the center of something and to be recognized. It may be an award that you receive. Creativity should be a part of this endeavor. Children, youth, or the young at heart may figure into this equation too. This is a time for your standing out and making sure that you are counted. You are going to be appreciated, and it's about time. Your life is soon to be filled with fun, optimism, and feeling youthful again. This card can indicate romance entering your life. It will be generous, open, and fun. It may be a connection where you will work together on ideas and possibly venture into visions that will create new things for others to enjoy as well. The way you appear to others and this person is important, and this card indicates growth in both your reputation and relationship. You may end up changing your look, changing career, changing environment. Whatever is happening, you're at the center of it, and it will be an adventure. You might feel a bit like a gypsy, traveling and going with the flow and trusting in your ability to make it all work out and trust that it will. If you take the gamble, you'll win, but show caution. Tiptoeing, but show caution. You may experience a strange and exotic circumstance where you will be the queen or king. Your routine could come to involve changing hats and doing many different things. Odd or eccentric and unique individuals may come your way, and if so, you may want to give them the chance, as they could advance your cause. It's a time for being spontaneous and living in the moment. A grand approach is necessary. You will end up the winner because luck and light are on your side. This card is of the spirit of heart and romance, the start of a romance, fun and crazy romances, romantic desires, passion in the heart of the matter, grandiosity, the beautiful that makes a statement, and creative invention, children, learning, excitement and play, campfires, and being with people who help you assert your own unique personality, wanting you to be the center of attention, showing dignity, being honored, and breaking the ice. This is pride without arrogance. Did that card not just confirm what the fuck I said? Aqua. Someone looks at you like you are gold and values your weight in gold. They honor it. This person honors you. This person, like, would be honored to have your children. They would be honored to have your children. They would be fucking beside themselves. Anybody else you are committed to or are committed to now in the presence of this person makes them look like a fucking stupid ass peon, like you dumb fuck. This energy and the way this person loves you makes all other ways of quote unquote loving you look like fucking a fool's game. I feel like this person loves you so fucking much, like they have or would write poetry about you. Like, fucking head over heels in love with you. Aqua. This is the Ten of Cups. This is the ultimate healing. This is your earth angel in the flesh. Your true soul spouse. Like, till death do you part is not enough for this person. This person will love you beyond death. They will love you and honor you beyond death. Their love is unmatched. Their love is unmatched. Aqua. Wow. Wow. All right. Moving forward, Pisces. 208. Spirit, please. What is the focus in the healing for Pisces? Pisces sun, moon, and rising with a special nod to the 12th house. For whatever energy comes up in this reading, Pisces 12th house, this is the fear that you would need to override. What is the overall focus in the healing for Pisces and Piscean energies, please? Passion. Desire, fun, fulfillment, and joy. heart chakra work. Heart chakra work. Healing your ability to love your life. Healing your ability to love your life. To love the result of your choices. To love the result of your alignment. To love who you are and why you choose what you do. Heart chakra healing. Reestablishing your inner core. What does this healing look like in the month of October, please, Spirit, for Pisces? Pisces and Piscean energies. Healing, desire, fun, fulfillment, and joy. Clarities, please. Ten of Wands on the bottom. Four of Chalices on top. Okay, Pisces. Now these are sexy cards, okay? And so it's probably going to be relayed to you the message from a relationship perspective, but please take it how it resonates, because it could be situations, two different situations. Doesn't necessarily have to be two different romantic people, okay? We've got the Six of Swords, clarified by the Nine of Chalices. And the image on the cards, it feels as if you may be interested in someone or something that is just recently broken from their chains, but their chains are still lingering on their neck. Like the chain is broken, but it's still present. And there's resistance. There's resistance. This would be someone that you desire, but even though they are technically free, they are not available. Might be your own energy, okay? You might have someone very interested in you, and you might technically be single, but you're not willingly free. Your heart space is still willingly chained to another, even if you're single. And it's creating resistance in your relationships with the outer. you yourself are emotionally unavailable, or you are going after someone who is emotionally unavailable, even if they're single. They're not over whatever they're not over yet. And then we have the Ace of Wands with the Knight of Chalices. And the energy with this person is different. You're more drawn to them. They see you, they observe you, they're attentive to you. They initiate. They're probably the first to express their feelings. But your heart itself is still bound. Because with the Hanged Man card, she's got bindings on her wrist. I feel like you're more in your element when you're at home. Self-soothing. It's more comfortable for you to self-soothe than it is for someone else to soothe you, emotionally speaking. And then we get the Three of Pentacles clarified by the King of Swords. I feel like you're remembering when you first met or were first completely swept up off your feet by someone, where your emotions just, where you were unhinged, right? Like you were falling in love for the first time. Only for this person that you are feeling contracted or bound to essentially be someone who is cold and controlling and pushing you away. Where you're trying to get close to them again, trying to relive those initial memories again, and yet they're pushing you away. And I think a part of you wants to move forward. I think a part of you wants to walk through the gate and cut ties with this King of Swords. Because you can see, like, she's vulnerable. She's in the nude just like she was here. She hasn't changed. She hasn't changed, but the masculine has. He's become lazy and cold. And he's not vulnerable anymore. He's dressed and clothed. He's not vulnerable like she is. He's changed. He's got his foot up here pushing her back as she's trying to get close to him. This is someone you originally felt free with, and from the time you met them, all they ended up doing was putting you in chains and shackles. They didn't stay vulnerable and free and open and loving and passionate with you. You didn't change, they did. And you're having a really hard time letting go of this energy, and the devil is under that. Oh, the devil is under that. You've got to move forward or you're going to get lashings. You're going to feel like you're taking lashings, spiritual lashings. This person might even be humoring other people. The kind of lover that is not spouse material. This is why you're healing your heart chakra. This is why you're reconnecting with that vibration of desire and fun and fulfillment and joy, because someone came off one way at first, came off like this beautiful partner at first, this beautiful, alive energy, this vulnerable energy at first, and then completely ended up switching up and turned into what is essentially a fucking spiritual slob. They're a spiritual, energetic fucking slob. They're a mess. And they probably think so fucking highly of themselves. They're fucking arrogant. They're not even acknowledging the fact that you are yearning for who they used to be, or who they portrayed themselves to be. You've got to sever energy with this person. You can't let this person feed off your energy anymore. You're missing opportunities with people who are open to you, who see you for the beautiful person that you are, who see you for the beautiful heart that you are. You're missing opportunities with people who see the value of your heart because you're bound or tied or stuck on this person who does not see the value of you, who does not see the beauty of you. They might have serious fucking mommy issues. Because this King of Swords, there's a much older woman with a crown on in the background, watching. Your King of Swords has mommy issues. Maybe their mother was cold. Maybe their mother didn't love them enough. And they don't know how to receive love from a very loving and affectionate, vulnerable feminine, because it's not who their mother was. They're attracted to women like their mother who are cold and they're not good enough for. They're attracted to someone like their mother. Someone cold and detached that they are not good enough for. See, you're good enough. They're good enough for you. They were good enough for you, exactly as they were. They were beautiful to you. But as soon as you started showing them vulnerability and love on a consistent basis, that's not what's familiar to them. And they started pushing it away and started showing their true fucking colors. You got attached to an energy that is familiar with emotional abuse. That is what they end up being attracted to. Other people who are emotionally abusive to them or cold to them, that make them feel unworthy. They don't know how to be attracted to a healthy relationship. Piscean energy. Pisces moon, you may not even realize that this is you. Like, this might be a huge eye-opener for you. That you're actually this cold person who changes. Who has all of this beautiful energy at the beginning, and then as soon as someone, shows you a healthy relationship, you are toxic as shit because you are only attracted to what is toxically familiar. And so when there's something healthy around you, your inclination is to make it toxic. You would push a healthy relationship away in favor of a toxic one where you're not good enough. Pisces sun and rising, you've got to shine out from this energy. What card would you have come forward from the Black Moon Astrology cards, please, Spirit, for Pisces? What energy needs acknowledging? Really, whoever this person is, they're a fucking emotional, energetic mess. They're a spiritual mess. And it's not your mess to clean up. It's not your mess to try and clean up. Like, they gotta recognize the fact that they push away healthy relationships and beautiful hearts in favor of toxic ones that they are unworthy in. This person has to see their own pattern in relationships. They don't even see how they fucking changed. Hell, they might blame you for changing. Like, it's your fault. You changed. You're different. No, they're different. They changed. Gemini, I think. Gemini. Quote, "No one is free. Even the birds are chained to the sky." Bob Dylan. Communication is key. Be versatile and quick at this time. You must also be mindful because people are talking. Gemini is a charming sign, full of whimsy and fun, and is ruled by the planet Mercury, named after the Roman god of wit and winged thought. Geminis are chatty and their minds act like quicksilver. Geminis prefer to do things fast because they're not boisterous, but because they become bored with anything tedious and not immediately fun. Words are everything to a Gemini. They adore books, but hardly ever read them entirely. What is most important to a Gemini is an exchange of ideas and communication. However, they like to discuss ideas, but tend to be poor listeners. Geminis are fascinated by their own thoughts rather than the ideas of others. As Geminis are curious about everything, they tend to be experts on a number of different topics. They also love stories and gossip. Those intelligent minds should always be fed, whether with gossipy tales or the most erudite or philosophical pursuits. They like both. They usually have a small computer on their person to access social media and play games. This twin sign is one of the smartest in the entire zodiac. However, Geminis tend to be insecure in their views and so forth, so they change their opinions often. Geminis are not patient, thus they may not enjoy school that very much, yet they thrive when studying something that they are truly interested and invested in. Geminis have a fickle and dual nature, and they change their minds on a whim. What is true for them today may not be tomorrow. They get distracted easily and are highly nervous. A more appropriate word is flighty. So attention disorders can crop up. A dual sign, many Geminis are left-handed or ambidextrous, and Geminis are extremely deft at making things with their hands. Gemini is the sign of the brain and also the eyes and nervous system. Geminis have clear, bright eyes that dart about, and they tend to have broad foreheads. They are forever youthful and are light on their feet. They do have passion, but sometimes they can't find it. And even so, this is a most charming sign. They tend to have many friends and easily attract romantic partners who share a sense of fun. When this card comes up, you may be the object of discussion or may have to talk your way out of a sticky situation. Since communication is key with Gemini, you may find yourself involved with new forms of technology to spread your ideas. At the current time, you may find yourself to be high-strung, nervous, or excitable, as is the nature of Gemini, but still able to figure it all out with probing mind. It may feel as if you are riding a high wind of lofty energy. Multitasking may be required of you. Gemini is also the sign of soulmates, corresponding to the Lover's card in Tarot. So this card can indicate an important romantic relationship has started or will figure in shortly. But the bottom line with the Gemini card is this: words are important now, so use them wisely. Words will be imperative regarding the outcome of this reading. You yourself, or the person that you know I'm talking about, may have significant Geminian energy in their chart. They might be a Gemini sun, moon, or rising. Have other significant planetary Geminian placements. The energy of Gemini, whether it's you, Pisces, as like a Pisces moon, that fickle energy, that was changing, right? This changing energy that got bored, right? That looking for the next best thing, that may have other suitors, right? Or their eye on other things, like the next shiny thing, right? Or if you're dealing with someone like this, as other Piscean, placements, sun, rising, etc., dealing with someone like this who is in fact fickle and on to the next best thing, and constantly, in this mode of being distracted and easily bored. Like, the Gemini energy, unfortunately, does not understand long-term commitment. They're very much in the moment, living for the next thrill in life, and not necessarily planning or taking steps in long-term stability. It's not their forte. Sagittarius is Gemini's opposite sign, and Sagittarius is the sign of the long-term vision. Gemini is nearsighted. Gemini in energy only sees, or predominantly sees, the reality right in front of them, and doesn't see either the backstory behind the current situation or the future of how the actions or choices in the present evolve into a future outcome. They're flighty, highly intelligent, love to talk, but are more interested in their own opinions and what they have to say than someone else. To talk about your emotions would be like the dullest fucking thing to them. One, it's not about them. It's your emotions. You're talking about your emotions and how you feel, what you want, what you desire. And this energy, whoever this is like planning, long-term planning. That's boring. You want something solid and long-term and your emotions are deep? I'm sorry, I'm on the surface. Gemini is very on the surface. They have really strong Gemini energy in their chart. They would have to go through a lot of experiences in order to learn the beauty of their polar sign, Sag. I think you will constantly be chasing the original high of this person like a drug. Chasing the high of this person. And never quite getting as high as you did the first time you met them. Really, the devil is underneath the Ten of Wands. This person is it's like an addiction. Chasing that first high. Whether that's you or who you cross-watch for. This person's always chasing the next high. They don't see the beauty of long-term love and stability. This person probably has commitment issues. Right? You are who you're cross-watching about. Who this reading pertains to, you already know. and you're missing opportunities with people that truly see you in life, especially if this reading was about you and you are of this energy, this fickle energy, this non-committal energy, this flighty energy. You have probably had multiple people show up in your life that loved you deeply and resisted getting deep with them, lost the long term with them for in the moment thrill seeking, the next shiny thing, just to keep yourself entertained. And the people that you were entertaining yourself with, the shiny things, were probably toxic, very superficial, on the surface, nothing truly deep. They didn't really know you, right? That energy. No one ever really gets to know this person, and on occasion someone sees them deeply and sees right through them deeply and falls in love with them, and they push it away. Mommy issues. Mommy issues. That's Pisces for October. Aries. 2 hours, 56. 26. Is that for real? 36. I was gonna say, that sounds way off. Okay. Aries. Spirit, please. Aries and Aryan energy. Aries sun, moon, and rising with a nod to Aryan 12th house. If Aries rules your 12th house, then the message within this reading is a fear of yours that you need to override. If Aries rules your 12th house. What is the focus and the healing, please, Spirit, for Aries for October? Action. And throat chakra. Cards that fell in a chunk. Throat chakra. Of action, right? We're doing root chakra and throat chakra healing. October might seriously call you, Aries, to communicate, to initiate and act on something, to create something, because throat chakra is creative energy and communication energy. This is about allowing your choices to create movement, persevering through it, staying disciplined, and finding motivation in order to create stability, which is what the root chakra is all about. How you ground your manifestations, what you manifest to experience with your actions or lack thereof. Aries. What does this healing look like for Aries, please, Spirit, in the month of October? Aries sun, moon, and rising with a nod to the 12th house. Like 12th house would be afraid to act and afraid to communicate. And that's what needs to be overridden, right? We got the King of Cups, the High Priestess, the Empress, and the King of Wands. Clarities, please. Ace of Coins. The Four of Cups. The Page of Swords. And the Strength card with the Death card, the Two of Coin, and the Queen of Wands. Seven of Wands on the bottom. Nine of Cups on top. All right, so Arian energy. Aries and significant Arian placements. I think you're consciously thinking about wish fulfillment, and I think you're taking a beating from your own energy. Because this is literally like someone in a devil's costume beating you up. Okay? You may have seriously have emotionally detached and started what is like throwing darts at your wish fulfillment or the change of your fortune, like some fated change with the 10 of Wheel of Fortune there. 10 of Wands under that. You may be taking a beating, like you're thinking about your wish fulfillment. You're thinking about possibly a fated person, right? Someone who is fated to be in your life and change your fate for the better, right? Change your fate. And you got stuck with the fucking gingerbread man. Who you can't actually have emotions with or share your emotions with because they just get fucking soggy and fall apart. Emotions, understanding emotions, acting on emotions in a healthy way is not their forte. You're thinking about your wish fulfillment and the fact that you may have lost a fated person and are now getting your ass beat by karma. Take it how it resonates. It could be someone you're dealing with, but I'm reading it from Aries' perspective. The King of Cups clarified by the Ace of Coins. You may be dealing with a Sag or someone with strong Sag in their chart because quite a few of these cards came out for Sag. You may be spying on someone. I feel like you possibly want to start a relationship dynamic or restart a relationship dynamic. Create a new foundation with someone who is like the golden egg. But it's like bird-brained. But it's bird brain, like, or your bird brain, like something's going on. Aries, I think you intuitively know that someone's waiting for you and they're fucking sad. whoever you put up on the chopping block, who you were throwing darts at or taking shots at, I think they're fucking sad. They are the golden egg, and I think they're the Empress energy. I think you intuitively know they're waiting for you, and that it saddens them. I think that they know that you're spying on them. They fucking know. But they're unwilling to accept the bird-brained thinking. It's like you wanted to build a life and build a future with this person, but you built it like a house of cards and it just fell apart. The littlest thing, right? The littlest thing happened and blew it down. Like someone might have put a fucking thought in your head. I'll give you a great example. Let's just say you're with a person, right? And maybe you've had relationships in the past where you've been cheated on, and this person is the golden egg. They are the foundation. They are the future. They are this powerhouse energy, right? This Empress energy. And they would never cheat on you. And yet maybe their behavior shifted because of your bird-brained behavior. Your short-termed thinking, right? Not remembering them, right? Or considering them. And then because their behavior towards you shifted, someone, and you were maybe talking to someone and someone was like, oh, well, maybe they're cheating on you. And that thought just blew the whole house down. Because your behavior from that point forward would have changed. You would have treated them like someone who was cheating on you and being dishonest or unfaithful, treating them like everybody else when they weren't like everybody else. They were responding to your own energetic vibration, but that doesn't mean that they were disloyal. You know what I mean? And the fact that someone put that thought in your head, that one thought just blew the whole house down. Because something was familiar from your past that was painful, even though it wasn't the same thing happening. You connected the two and said, no, it must be the same. And it completely killed, right, the death card, the whole foundation. This was a sweet soul. Fire is the suit of soul, is wands. This is a sweet soul. Possibly someone who has children or a child. Aries. Impulsive thinking, impulsive behavior. Now you're getting your ass whooped by the fucking devil, like being whooped by karma because you didn't communicate properly, maybe. Or you took actions that were not disciplined. You were not motivated by perseverance and movement forward. Fucking bird-brained. Aries. Give me some more insight into this person, this golden egg person. Who is obviously fucking sad that you ended up being a disappointment. Aries, you could be dealing with someone who you absolutely feel this way about, but like I said, I'm reading it from Aries' perspective. This person is the Ace of Wands. They were the spark. They were the spark. They were the fire. They were the ignition to shift your entire perspective, to get your head out the cage. Fucking bird brain, to get your head out the cage. They were the ignition. They were the fucking ignition to get your head out of its cage. He's got a cage on his fucking head. Bird brained. Two different decks. Because you were literally sabotaging yourself. Like you're hanging in a fucking thing of thorns. This person was patient. This person was patient with you. Knowing you had your head in a cage. Knowing you were fucking bird-brained. Even when you didn't. Oh my God. You done cowarded the fuck out. Eight of Swords. Eight of Swords is it's a coward card. You didn't want to get vulnerable. You put your fucking guard up. Got trapped in your head and put your guard up. Trapped in your head, trapped in your thoughts, and you put your guard up to this person. You stopped seeing them. You stopped seeing them for the golden egg that they were. You stopped seeing them for the empress that they were. Whatever that thought was that blew the house down, everything that you were building, everything that you're creating, you don't even realize how much you tanked it because of a stupid, bird-brained thought. You took your old wounds and projected them at an empress who is still fucking sad at the idea that you wasted the value of the golden egg that they are. Like, you had it. They loved you. You might have even attacked them and talked shit on them like they were the same old person, and they're not. Like, this person is heartbroken at the fact that you would think they are like everybody else. Oh my God, fucking stunad. Fucking stunad. You're bringing an old ass Italian out of me. You couldn't tell the difference between the ideal and real and the illusion. You acted on an impulse. Didn't think through what the fuck you were doing. You should have had a conversation. Throat chakra. You should have had a conversation. You should have acted in a way that was more disciplined. Aries. Spirit, what's the guidance? What other insight, energetic insight can you give me for Aries for October? Aries, you might be realizing this fucking energy in October. If this is something that had prior happened, you may be realizing how fucking stunad you are in October. Wow. Heart of Fortune. This is the Wheel of Fortune. This is the golden egg person. Heart of Fortune. Increase. I don't know, Aries. Maybe it ain't over between you and them yet. Maybe you still have a chance to clean this shit up, or they wouldn't be showing up in your reading and Spirit would not be making you very well the fuck aware of this. Quote. Quote, fortune favors the brave. Fortune favors the brave, attributed to Terence, 190 to 1159 BC. Fortune favors the brave. God, if Aries rules your 12th house, you have got to fucking communicate. In early mythology, Fortuna was the daughter of Jupiter and god of good luck. She is the Roman goddess of destiny and bounty. Her name in Latin is Fair, which means she who brings forth. The part of fortune is just one of the lots among several used in astrology. However, it is considered the most important one. Lots are also known as, quote, Arabic parts. After the fall of the Roman Empire, Western astrology picked up the Arabian and Persian practice of reading lots in a horoscope. Lots are based upon mathematical calculations, the distance between 2 points, with the degree of the rising sign, ascendant, added. The part of fortune is the same distance from the longitude of the ascendant as the moon lies from the sun. So, if the sun and moon are conjunct, that is, almost perfectly aligned, then the part of fortune will fall on the ascendant. If, on the other hand, the sun and moon are in opposition to each other, then part of fortune will fall on the descendant, or the cusp of the 7th house. Many look upon the part of fortune as moon energy, which means the talents and gifts it endows upon an individual are both nascent and unconscious. It is as if its powers are waiting beneath the surface of water, and when that water is stirred by action or thought, those talents or gifts emerge. When the part of fortune card turns up in a reading, it means a time when things begin to flow more easily and you will have your success. But success and how it will come about and how long it will take will very much depend upon the surrounding reading. You may want to take advantage of this time of easy flow to resolve conflicts. You may, whoever this person is that you're dealing with, you may have fortune in their sign. Okay. It is time to heal toxic situations which have been difficult to overcome. Since the part of fortune mostly means gift, you may want to take on another area of study to master. You are more creative and in tune with your imagination now, as well as your emotions. This card also means that benefits will suddenly be placed in your path. Since fortune is fate, it very well seem as if you've just stumbled onto them. This is a period of recognition and achievement, and your overall popularity will increase. It is a favorable time for learning. You may want to, quote, do good and honor another. Through this, you will gain respect and opportunity. You will heartily share what you have gained for yourself with others, and injustices of any kind will challenge and rouse you into action. If your question is in regards to romance or any type of relationship, know that it was a fated one. It is meant for both of you to help fulfill each other's calling. This will not be a relationship you can ever move away from easily because destiny is involved. So together you are called to achieve and master higher things that would be more difficult had you not met each other. In this there will be challenges, even though the love will always remain. Your desire is to fly strong at the moment, and any shackles previously placed on you are being smashed and you're experiencing a release. Moving ahead is what this card is all about. Madam Fortune will smile upon you. You must override a fear of failure or being afraid of taking on more that you can handle. You must repair what needs to be fixed. Work off the grid. Know that you will counter success and fortune will flow easily to you. Focus on your instinct with success and a focus on gains and abundance. Be responsible for your own victory. The golden egg person. The golden egg person. Aries, I hope you resonated as the golden egg, because Aries 12th housers just realized they royally fucked up. They royally fucked up. They were afraid. If they were afraid that this person was truly different, if they were afraid that they just lost the best thing that has ever crossed their path, that that was their fortune, their golden egg, then let that reading be confirmation to you, Aries 12th housers. Yes, you did in fact blow it with the golden egg over something fucking stupid, and you need to talk to this person and reconcile yourself. This person obviously is still in your reading and upset at the fact that you didn't show up like they thought you would. So, Godspeed to you. Oh my God, it just reminded me of Unchained Melody by the Righteous Brothers, which popped across my path the other day. You might want to listen to that song. The Righteous Brothers, Unchained Melody. Because Aries, either you're singing it about someone or someone is singing it about you. It would be the worst mistake to let the golden egg become a ghost in your past that you just left. You would regret that for the rest of your fucking life. Losing the golden egg, you would regret that for the rest of your fucking life. If you were afraid of that, 12th housers, you fucking should be. I hope to God I just put a fire under your ass and saved you some years of regret. Years. Taurus. Moving forward to Taurus. Spirit, please. What is the focus and the healing for Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising, with a nod to the 12th house? For whatever this reading entails or talks about, 12th house, Taurus, it would be a fear that you need to override. It would be a fear you need to override. What is up with all these upside down cards in here? Taurus, you may be fixing things that are upside down. In general, energy that is upside down. All right. What is the focus on the healing for Taurus, Sun, Moon, and Rising, with a nod to the 12th house, that we may override it as a fear? Passion. You may have stronger, significant Piscean placements as well. Passion is heart chakra healing, getting back in touch with what you truly desire, having fun in this life, enjoying this life, feeling full and satisfied, that you're glowing and never want it to end, right? This life thing, that you would feel so in love with your life and the choices that you've taken to achieve the results that you've continued to achieve or continue to achieve, that you never actually want this life to end, right? To achieve a state of joy. Healing passion, healing the heart chakra, healing joy mindset. If you are not enjoying it 100%, then it's not in alignment. Give us some insight, please, for Taurus and Taurean energies, Sun, Moon, Rising, and 12th house. Ace of Wands. Seven of Cups. And a story. Page of Pentacles on the bottom, Knight of Cups on top. Someone may be seriously fucking drinking. You or your person, if you have a person in mind. Someone on your conscious mind, right? Someone who you're consciously thinking about. Or you're drinking about this person because you want to avoid thinking about this person because it hurts, maybe. Your mischievous inner child may have had something to do with it. If you're drinking over it and trying to drown it out, you probably need to resurrect something here. Something that's like stabbing you in the mind. A soulmate. Where your heart's involved. Where you definitely need to proceed with caution and come forward with some major Emperor energy. The Ace of Wands with the Seven of Cups again. The Seven of Cups can denote confusion and escapism, addiction to self-sabotage. We've got the Hierophant, the Nine of Wands, the Star, the King of Pentacles, the Queen of Wands, the Five of Wands, the Ten of Wands, and the Devil. Someone, okay, take it as it resonates. I am just a messenger. Someone could have, like, whiskey dick. Like, they might have a hard time getting it up because they drink too much. And they might drink because they have commitment issues. They might feel like a victim when it comes to high commitments or marriage. And they probably need to heal their protector-provider energy. Because it's left the heart conflicted, what the heart desires conflicted. And their devil or their obsession or their addictions become their burden. If you are wondering if your addictions are interfering with your relationships, the answer is yes. And this is how you know, okay? And I'll use drinking as the example because we have multiple drinkers on these cards, okay, who are literally like drinking cups, okay? They're drinking cups. If you're around other drinkers and your relationships with them are fine, it is not a good measure of whether or not your drinking is interfering with your relationships, because drinkers will always find an excuse to drink, including making amends. Drinkers will always find an excuse to drink, and if they argue with you, they'll say, it's all right, let's go have a drink, and it's all washed away, right? You can't measure the health of your relationships or if your drinking problem is a problem or not off of other people that you're in relationships with that drink. You can find out whether or not you have a drinking problem by acknowledging how many people are in your life that don't drink. Because people that are sober, who don't drink, if you have a difficult time maintaining healthy relationships with them, it's because your drinking interferes with your relationship with them. If you want to know if your drinking is actually a problem, your sober friends are your friends, and your drinking does not interfere with your relationship with them. That's how you know if your drinking is a problem, because it's interfering with your relationships or it's not. Measuring your relationships with other drinkers is not a measure. If you're a drinker, measure the quality of your relationships with sober people. If you do not have anybody in your life that is sober, you probably have a drinking problem. If you had relationship dynamics with people who did not drink, and you were drunk around them and drunk often, I promise you, if they are no longer in your life, or they had to walk away or end a dynamic with you, it's because your drinking was a problem. Measure whether or not your drinking problem is a problem based on sober people, not other drinkers. Other drinkers, they will never tell you you have a problem. Why? Because if you're worse than they are, and you're drinking and you're worse than they are, then their drinking's not bad. And drinkers, addicts, love to know that their drinking is not a problem because you're worse. And if they say, no, your drinking's not bad, then their drinking's fine. You know what I mean? Taurus. Careful, because Taurian shadow is gluttonous. It is gluttonous. I definitely feel like someone is healing their protector and provider aspect. If you did in fact lose somebody because you're a drinker, or you left someone because they were a drinker, the person who left because of the problem the other person was having is seriously conflicted in their heart now, because they probably still have a lot of desire and or feelings for you, or you for them, but they feel like they're walking through what is essentially a minefield. Like a minefield. It's like at any moment they could trip up, or you could trip up and an explosion is going off. Like at any moment you could have that moment where you drink too much and it's a fucking explosion. If you've caught this reading with serious Taurian wounds, sun, moon, rising, or 12th house, like if you were afraid that you might have a drinking problem or in denial you have a drinking problem, you definitely fucking do. Especially if it's Taurus 12th house, because 12th house is ruled by Pisces, and Pisces has a habit of drinking like a fish. 12th house Taurus glutton might drink like a fish. Yes, 12th house Taurus, you probably have a fucking drinking problem. Which leaves you fucking deluded. Yeah, the burden, the soul burden, the egg is cracked in the center with this devil card. And the heart is on the fucking altar being sacrificed to the devil. You are sacrificing love and the ultimate creation for your addiction. You are sacrificing your emotions. You are sacrificing your heart. You are sacrificing your heart, right? This is why we're heart chakra healing for your addiction. You chose your addiction over this person. They probably expressed to you that they didn't like your drinking. It was probably a turn off. It was probably a major turn off. Like, not attractive. And if you were drinking, they didn't know what was going to happen. You became unpredictable. Like a fucking minefield. And they had to be careful, right? Not to, like, walking on eggshells. You've got to commit to rebuilding your throne. The Hierophant with the 9 of Wands in October, you've got to commit to rebuilding your throne. You have to be able to heal that provide and protector energy. Provider, protector energy, you have to heal it. You cannot protect someone who doesn't feel safe with your drinking, emotionally, psychologically, mentally. You cannot provide for someone when you're drowning in hundreds of dollars worth of alcohol expenses. This person does not see you or did not see you as a stable provider, as a stable protector. You couldn't even protect them from yourself. You couldn't even protect them from your own minefield drinking habit. You couldn't protect them. And their heart space, you literally put it on the devil's chopping block. And one person took off the mask and the other didn't. One person stopped denying the fact that you have a problem. Because at some point you might have both been in denial. Someone might have seriously been the light of your heart space, right? The light of your life. You might have had this person, the light of your life, the light of your heart, and they stopped denying the fact that you had a drinking problem. They stopped. The problem was you didn't. You didn't acknowledge the fact that you had a drinking problem. They stopped denying it and you didn't. And therefore the addiction won and the hearts got put on the chopping block. Give me further clarity, Spirit, please, for Taurus. Page of Wands, 3 of Swords, the World card. You might have even cheated on this person. That Ace of Wands with the fucking 7 of Cups, you are seriously fucking confused. Because if this person was no longer attracted to you because of your fucking drinking, you might have ended up cheating on them if they weren't, like, if they weren't giving it to you, you got it elsewhere. Like, insecurity issues. If you're drinking like this, you probably got insecurity issues. You probably ended up cheating on this person. I'm hearing that song from Alice in Wonderland. In a world of my own. Da-da-da-da. You put yourself in a bubble. A bubble filled with water as a snow globe. Like, it's just cold and lonely and you're drowning in it. You're probably still drinking. Drowning in your own tears, drowning in your own sorrow, trying to forget. Your addiction created a scenario where you get to drink even more. Because now you have a reason to be heartbroken and sad. And you need to fucking heal. You need to reinvent yourself out of this heartbreak. It's time to bust your bubble. Time to bust your bubble. Taurian energy. Like, North Node is in your sign. South Node is opposing you. It's challenging you. South Node in Scorpio deals with addictions. You got Neptune retrograde in Pisces. Like, you're either gonna rise from this shit and learn from this shit, or you are gonna fucking drown in this shit. What does Taurus need to be energetically aware of, Spirit? Aquarius. I know. I know. Card number 23. Quote, "The best way to predict the future is to invent it." Alan Kay. The best way to predict the future is to invent it. Okay. Expect to be tested and shown waves of the future, ruled by the planet of sudden insight, Uranus, but in earlier times Saturn, the planet of wisdom. Aquarians tend to have a natural aptitude for genius. Even those that are not geniuses are able to collect facts and knowledge far beyond the scope of those of other signs. Because of their vast intelligence, it doesn't take Aquarians long to see that they are superior in intellect to most people. This gives them a certain disdain over anything they view as common or ordinary. As seers into the future, Aquarians are ahead of the game and have accurate visions of the way things will be. This is why the sign of Aquarius rules science fiction and anything brand new. In reality, Aquarians see waves of the future in a way the rest of us cannot. Aquarians can be very stubborn in their views, even when those views appear off the wall to others. They will fight long and hard just to have the freedom to stay weird. And they will fight for the rest of us to stay weird as well. Whatever is taboo or outlandish greatly appeals to them, if only in the imagination. So oftentimes they are artists, inventors, or speculative writers. As an air sign, meaning they are primarily mental and not emotional, they can be great humanitarians but not very practical. And inside every Aquarian, no matter how attractive or glamorous, lives a geek, a type who wants to escape the mundane world and enter the realms of fantasy cons and graphic novels and appointment games and roleplay. At the same time, they can be rational and tend not to get caught up in emotional dramas. They're more interested in friendships instead of romantic ones. In fact, Aquarians are at first a friend before being a lover, unless, of course, you insult them by disagreeing with their far-fetched ideas and then your history. Aquarians are very attracted to people of other cultures, so if they decide to couple with someone, it's generally a person who does not come from the same background. Through all relationships, Aquarians will develop and grow, often as some kind of creator. Yet there is always a disconnected quality to Aquarians. They are noticeably peculiar, and in this they pride themselves. You may find yourself dealing with persons that are different from you, those of a different culture or belief system, which greatly differs from yours and which you will learn a great deal from. You will acquire different concepts and approaches through these dealings, which are changing you. And in the coming months, traveling far to a different place is likely a contributing factor to your growth. Mastering a new technology or dealing with new concepts and belief systems will be of benefit to you. Whatever you accomplish in the near future will be based on how well you master the new and your new approaches. Another meaning behind this card is the meeting up of cutting-edge people, those who challenge what you believe to be true or established, though it may not be. Many times these people will be creators as well. With this card, you're likely mastering something new and untried, which is or will lead to your greater awareness and success. This card challenges your future, speculation, visions, your mental expansion, modes of communication, flights, arrogance, and unconventional associations. People of like mind who may be of different mind to the rest of society. The bohemian crowd, or those that go against the status quo, would be those who help you overcome your greatest challenges. This is the Star card, the healing. As a guidance card, advice card, acknowledged. Taurus. Especially because Saturn is in Aquarius and it's challenging your house right now. With Uranus in it, which is Aquarius's planet, okay? You may seriously need to change location. You may need to take on or open your mind, right? Expansive thinking. You may need to open your mind to learning something new from someone who is radically different than you. They're radically different. This radically different person may be able to protect and provide for you in a way that you did not expect. They might not necessarily be able to provide or protect you in a financial way. Maybe they're providing for you and protecting you in an emotional way, in a spiritual way, where they keep the demons of other people off of you, right? Because their world is more energetically pure. But whatever way they protect and provide for you is healing. You may actually need a radical shift in your reality. You may need to get away from or distance yourself from friends that are stagnant or fixed in old ways of being, especially if you like hanging around with that drinking crowd. You may need to let that go, because that's only going to cause you fucking pain and heartbreak. That's sufferable. Being in denial, again, you might have to claim and commit to taking a throne and being in a king energy. because there's no, I mean, the star comes with the King of Pentacles, but you're in this drinking Knight of Cups energy consciously, right? The top of the deck. October might require you to go through a big shift. You might need to override this. Like I said, if the 12th house, if you're Taurus 12th house and you've got a problem, a drinking problem, or some kind of perspective problem, this would be a great month to correct that. Okay. Would be a great month to correct that. Tarian energy. All right, we got Gemini, Cancer, Leo, and Virgo left. I'm going to go take a minute to be human. Just a minute. So if you guys have to be human too, and you've got human things that you need to do, like, by all means, take a few minutes and I will be right back. Okay. Okay. Getting into Gemini. Gemini, Gemini and energy, Sun, Moon, Rising, and 12th house. If Gemini rules your 12th house, the message of this reading may be a fear you need to overcome. All right. Spirit, what is the focus in the healing for Gemini? Gemini, sun, moon, and rising with a nod to the 12th house. Desire, goals, passion, craving, and fulfillment. Sacral chakra healing. Sacral chakra healing. And I'm using the Tarot of Sexual Magic. So again, if you do not appreciate or like adult images, tune out. Tune out. Healing desire. Healing desire. Healing your ability to create and achieve goals. Establishing what you're passionate about. What you're craving. Healing what you're craving. In order to achieve fulfillment, right? Gemini, sun, moon, rising, with a nod to the 12th. Goals require commitment. This is a commitment to creation. Something you're craving, a commitment to something you're craving, or someone. Possibly desiring that someone has open arms for you. 5 of Wands. The Hermit reversed. The Knave of Chalices. And the Queen of Wands. Someone is definitely spying. Both of these cards are of someone spying on another, like another couple. Given one is in reverse, but the one in the reverse is the one where he's not really paying attention and he's holding a candle that's blown out and watching other people be intimate. And this one has this flaming wand sticking out from you know where, watching other people be together. Clarities, please. For Gemini. Hermit in reverse, clarified by Justice, so you may be dealing with Virgo, Libra, cusp energies. Your sun, moon, or rising could be on the Virgo, Libra cusp. Queen of Chalices in the reverse with the Knight of Wands. Bottom of the deck is the Knight of Pentacles. Top of the deck is the King of Pentacles. Okay, so this person might view themselves, Gemini, right? Gemini, sun, moon, or rising. This person, with a nod to the 12th, this person might view themselves as someone who is very strong and very open, right? And yet the feminine energy in the card is shying away, kind of hiding. Because I think this person, their energy may be arrogant. Like this heart space is not attracted to that kind of huge ego. What they're attracted to is nourishment. What they're attracted to is affection and intimacy. What they're attracted to is honesty, honest, sincere communications. What they're interested in is marriage. They're interested in someone who sees them for them, someone who is the light of their life, who can read them like a book and know what they want and do it, right? They want soul nourishment. The feminine has hidden away because I don't think they're a big fan of this person's ego or the muscle or power this person exudes over them in the reality. Because this King of Pentacles is exceptionally muscular. And she's very delicate. The King of Pentacles energy may be too controlling and egotistical. And they want something more soft, like a knight in shining armor. Archetypal energy-wise, right? They want more of a knight in shining armor that's nourishing. Who offers her the fruit that they've labored for. That they have created for her, that they've retrieved for her. She wants to be in a healthy pursuit of her, not an egotistical pursuit of her. A soul-filled pursuit. Gemini. You may have someone in your reality. If it's not you, okay, I'm just reading it how I'm pulling it. You may have someone in your reality who is watching you be happy with someone else while their flame has gone out, their candle has gone out, and they are alone, and this is karmic justice. This is their just desserts. Especially if they were with you in the past. The reason why they're alone now and their flame is out, or they are not with their person, is because it's their fucking karma. That's their karma. And to be fair, seeing you with someone else kind of turns them on. It turns them on and or inspires them to want it, right? Not just not necessarily with you per se, although it very well could be. That they want what they can't have, but it also is forcing them to look in the mirror because you have what they want and they don't. There's a mirror here sitting on the ledge with the sword of truth and the cup of love. And the cup is empty. Watching you be happy with someone else while they are alone is karma for what is essentially a non-committal king. King of Wands. They may have lost their Queen of Wands' heart because the Queen of Wands was clarified by the Queen of Cups in the reverse. The King and the Queen are both here of Wands. Gemini risings may be inspired by other Geminis in their reality that have what they want in a relationship when they don't. The Knave of Chalices, while this couple again is in the background, like I feel like this person is surrounded by happy couples and they are themselves alone. They have their eyes set on someone, the Six of Pentacles. They have their eyes set on them. And they may be writing and erasing it, or writing it and deleting it, or writing it and then scrapping it, because he's literally sitting here with a pen and paper and he's writing it all out and then crumbling it up and getting frustrated because he can't find the words. He can't find the words to say to who lights his candle. Because the candle that he's holding here, that's out, is lit here. At night, when they're by themselves, they think about what they want to say, but can't bring themselves to say it. And the Queen of Wands is showing a little skin, like she's showing some vulnerability. She's not pouring. She's not pouring to whoever this is, because they're not on their knees yet. This is in reverse. He's not on their knees. The Knight of Wands. If the candle's gone out with this feminine energy and they're suffering karma, potentially because the Knight of Wands has a reputation of being more non-committal than the King of Wands. All right, so if the Knight of Wands was being a player, because that's the Knight of Wands' reputation, that's how this person lost the love of their queen. And if that's the case, and someone played their flame and lost their flame, that's why they're having such a difficult time finding the words to fix it. And yet, like I said, the Queen is actually showing some vulnerability. Dropping hints that it's not over. That it's mendable, at the very least, that it's mendable. Someone is surrounded by relationships. Steady relationships, long-term committed relationships. Everybody that they're probably associated with is probably in a long-term relationship except for them, and their flame's out because they were unfaithful. And they haven't got her back yet because they have not gotten down on their knees and asked for what is essentially forgiveness. with the Knave of Chalices. The Page of Chalices is a card of forgiveness. They haven't written it down yet that they're sorry and need forgiveness for what they've chosen. And they're watching this person. Whoever they're watching, whoever their Queen of Wands is. Let's get some insight on the Queen of Wands. Let's get some insight on the Queen of Wands, please, Spirit. Queen to the King. I think they're wondering if the Queen of Wands is with someone else. We got the Hanged Man, which is crazy because it's a twin. A conjoined twin at that. The Queen of Wands is a conjoined twin, or their divine counterpart, their twin flame who has reached inner union. Any more information on the Queen of Wands to the King of Wands? Oh yeah, Justice. It's indicative of Archangel Michael. She's literally got this rod and she's standing over this dragon beast and she's stabbing the dragon. She's slaying the dragon. The Justice. Whoever the Queen of Wands is in inner union. She is the King's divine counterpart. True pair. She's divinely protected. She's protecting herself and she's slaying the demons of whoever this masculine is. Yeah. She's larger than life. The Six of Coins. She's the one that gives endlessly to those in need. All the little mice that need her energy. The Queen of Wands is the true divine counterpart to the King of Wands. What's the advice, please, Spirit? An apology is definitely required. Whoever the Queen of Wands is, she's single right now. Venus. The guidance card is Venus. Love. Who didn't know that was coming? Quote, "Love is my religion, and I could die for that." John Keats. It reminds me of that Breaking Benjamin song, Ashes of Eden. The Venus card says to let love take care of you for now. Venus is the morning star and the brightest of the planets. It is the planet of beauty and balance and is named after the goddess of love and romance, which is what the planet rules. In Scandinavian lands, the equivalent of the Roman goddess Venus was Freya. Among the Greeks, she was Aphrodite. Venereal disease is named for Venus. After all, she charms and seduces. She was once associated with Lucifer, who was not a demon, but an angel of light who fell to the earth plane from the heavens. In reality, the part of the astrological chart Venus rules is where we want the good life, where we desire ease and comfort, sweets and kisses, where we want to, quote, see beautiful, be beautiful, and smell beautiful. Venus co-rules the signs of Libra and Taurus, but the energies function differently in these signs. For Libra, Venus works best in the fields of beauty, social balance, and romantic love, while in Taurus, Venus stands for creature comforts and accumulating fineries. In both signs, Venus is very partner-oriented. There is a great need to unite with another when the Venus card presents itself in your reading. This can bring on codependency and fears of being alone and going at it alone. Both Libra and Taurus are signs best supported in some form of partnership, but it does not necessarily have to be romantic or a marriage, just simply a partner. Venus is the lesser Neptune. Love, romance, and art are her domains, yet she doesn't get lost in them and lose her practical side. In fact, Venus is the planet of fashion, luxuries, balance, symmetry, artistic ability, and sweet foods, and she prefers to overlook the ugliness of the world. Venus also rules money, especially money shared in a partnership or marriage, but this can be a business enterprise as well. Money worries should find resolution. Venus is the most humane and fair of the planets, so you might be asked or feel compelled to settle disputes. But more than this card indicates a love coming into your life, or the improvement or a new start for an older love relationship. So when the Venus card presents itself in a reading, the first thing to focus on is romance and love, but after that, creativity and refinement. You can be assured you are found very attractive at the present time and may be the subject of some advances. If so, romance becomes playful and even childlike. It is time for full heart blessings. If a relationship begins, it will have more of a sense of contentment and happiness to it. Do not allow love to become cold or restrictive. Venus is a planet of charm. Venus is a planet of charm. So you may want to pour the charm in a situation. There is a tendency to become more socially engaging at this time, and people will generally be sweeter or more helpful. It's a good period to smooth over ruffled feathers or make peace with others. Using diplomacy will serve you momentously at this time. This card concerns matters of the hearts, a need for comfort and being coddled or comforted, the feeling of not wanting to be rushed and a need to be relaxed, more balanced and contented. Feeling the sweetness of life and financial security, being paid or rewarded, a new look, new energy, feeling suddenly more attractive, making romantic gestures, and giving yourself a new chance at love, caving in to romantic pressure, to feel loved, be admired, and looked over instead of overlooked. Let love become your best friend. It is also indicative of perfumes or oils and touch. So yeah, Gem. Take it how it resonates. But someone's driving themselves fucking crazy, or is being driven crazy by the universe to heal a divine counterpart dynamic that someone obviously botched by not treating their counterpart with fulfillment, for not nourishing them, for being a show-off instead of considerate. Whoever the Queen of Wands was, she just wanted to be nurtured and nourished. Soul food. Wanted someone to nourish her and nurture her. She didn't want some show-off. This person probably has the wrong idea of what a man really is. They probably are like a man like in all the movies, like a real man's man, when that's not what makes a real man. The measure of a man is in fact measured by the size of the smile on his woman's face. So if this woman wasn't smiling, she wasn't smiling, she was pulling away, becoming distant, not sexually interested in him anymore, right? She's pulling away. He really wasn't the measure of a man, was he? Whoever they are, they need to get back in touch with goals, long-term goals, what they desire. I think the feminine is in fact reaching out in her own subtle ways just a little bit, because I don't feel like the feminine in this particular reading is at fault. I think whoever the masculine is needs to be the one to reconcile this time. I think that the feminine will have open arms if it's done correctly. If it's done correctly. The feminine wants to be honored as the king's true counterpart, the king's equal. Like, she doesn't want to be the object of the king's pursuit for his own happiness. She wants the king to pursue the creation of her happiness and what she desires. She wants a real man, not some show-offy, fake wannabe man that's not a man. A man knows how to treat his fucking woman. A man knows that her smile is important. And they obviously weren't doing that. Gemini. Alright, Cancer. 2, 27. For October, please, Spirit. What is the focus of the healing for Cancer? Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising, with a nod to the 12th house. That the message that comes through for Cancer 12th housers would be a fear that they need to override. The message here would be something that they are afraid of, and they need to override that fear. Alright, so Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising, with a nod to the 12th house. Take it how it resonates. What's the focus of the healing, please, Spirit, for Cancer? Cancerian energies. You know who else got this? Aqua. Card number 33, Sound, Throat Chakra. Getting in touch with your authentic soul song. The beat of your own drum and being in your authentic vibration is the theme. What deck, please, Spirit? Okay. Finding the significant Aquarian placements, you might want to watch that message. What is going on with Cancer? That this is the healing in the month of October. Wow. Wow. The Knight of Cups, the Nine of Cups, the Wheel of Fortune, and Justice. Whoa. Clarities, please. The Six of Swords, the Queen of Wands, the Six of Pentacles. Give me one more. Clarify the Justice card. And the Knave of Cups. King of Pentacles is on the bottom. With the High Priest. Lose it. Like, this is a huge upswing in energy. Cancer, Knight of Cups, clarified by the Six of Swords. This is a communication that comes from the heart that is moving you forward. This is an honest, heartfelt communication that takes you out of what is essentially mental turbulence and into a state of peace. The Nine of Cups is a wish fulfillment, clarified by the Queen of Wands, which is the heart's desire. The soul's desire. This is a soul wish granted in October. Fortune with the Six of Pentacles. I think your fate is changing. I think someone is getting ready to give to you unconditionally with no expectations of anything in return. I think you're receiving something unconditional. I think you have an angel of truth, because there's definitely an angel here holding a sword with this heart that looks like a lantern and it's lit. There's a fire burning in the heart. I'm hearing that song by John Legend. Give your all to me, I'll give my all to you. All your curves and all your edges. That song. Justice with the Knave of Cups. The Knave of Cups is an apology and asking for forgiveness, a forgiveness given and or compassion. All right, that's karmically just. Someone is sorry. Someone is sorry. And they're not apologizing to you or offering or asking for forgiveness or compassion from you because you need it. It's because they need to do that. They need to do that for themselves. They need to own whatever it was. You have some kind of communication coming in that is going to make things much more smooth. And I think you already intuitively know that it's coming, possibly from a King of Pentacles who missed out on an opportunity to heal with you. The Emperor. The Emperor. Who is Three of Swords heartbroken and really does see or want a shot at bliss. Someone taking a risk. Emperor going through a major healing. In October. Someone who was maybe once throwing daggers is now offering truth keys. And there is this overwhelming vibration of unconditional love because we have the 6 here, we have the 6 here, and we have the 33 here, which is also a 6. I think this was a soul desire of yours. Whatever you signed up for in this lifetime with someone, I think that the lesson or the evolution has been achieved, that it was actually a success. That they're healing. That whatever happened in the past is being forgiven. Like this person's soul needed forgiveness. And I think you're offering it, the forgiveness, which is extremely healing for them in so many arenas. Whether you both have a future together or not, the fact that this forgiveness is taking place is a big deal on a soul level for this individual and or yourself. There's more peace. There's more unconditional giving, more flowing. Like wish granted, soul wish granted. The healing of the masculine energy. What's the guidance, please, Spirit, or energetic insight for Cancer? Cancer, Sun, Moon, and Rising with a nod to the 12th house. Sagittarius. I see. You may also have strong Sagittarius energy in your chart, or maybe influenced by a person with Sag energy. We also have Piscean energy and Libran energy on the board. Sagittarius. Quote, luck is not chance, it's toil. Fortune's expensive smile is earned. Emily Dickinson, who was in fact a Sagittarius. It says, you're just about ready to hit your mark. The sign of Sagittarius is ruled by the planet Jupiter and is a mutable, easygoing fire sign. The ancient symbol for Sagittarius is a half-man, half-horse known as the centaur, a creature trained in the art of archery who always manages to hit the target no matter how far they roam. Sagittarians are honest, candid, and not afraid to speak the truth. Some would suggest that they are bound to it. Since this freedom-loving fire sign is not offended by the truth, they are often surprised when others take offense to their words. Sagittarians are drawn to religious ideas, spiritual ideas, even though sometimes they deny it. They will go through periods of not being religious at all and claim not to believe in anything much, even buckling against authority. Religion and philosophy are concepts they remain fascinated by, though, and they will argue for hours about religion, and usually at some point in their life they return to some type of faith, but such a faith always remains an intellectual pursuit. Sagittarians are highly idealistic, creative, outdoorsy, and have a great sense of play and fun. They are also extremely restless and would prefer not to stay in the same spot. Instead, they would rather roam. Sagittarians dislike routine, so are encumbered by the usual 9-to-5 jobs. They may end up as magicians, fire eaters, tattoo artists, entertainers, publishers, literary agents, clergy, tutors, or store owners, and whatever does not require any particularly set schedule. Sagittarians tend to be rather lucky, but have a habit of not handling money as well, and will sometimes squander wealth that comes to them. They are confident, which makes them highly attractive and popular, drawing to them what they need. They are manifestors. Sagittarius have integrity and will not go along with anything unfair or underhanded. Wicca, paganism, and the Catholic Church are all ruled by Sagittarius. When you think about it, these religions, with their pomp and ceremony, candles, and incense, have much in common. Though not as showy as their fellow fire sign Leo, Sagittarians tend to largesse by their nature and prefer what they do to be memorable. The Archer sign does not want an ordinary life. When the Sagittarius card turns up in a reading, freedom at the current time is essential. You will feel the need to fight against restrictions of any kind and want everything out in the open. You want to know where you stand. You want the truth. If your question pertains to relationship, you or your partner need to be given extra space and looser reins to find their philosophy again. You may find yourself especially philosophical at the current time, and even studying religions and spirituality which may have not appealed to you before. Interestingly, Sagittarius is the sign representing large animals, especially horses and big dogs. You may soon be acquiring a pet, or it may be that animals are already a big part of your life, or that they may in fact find you. Like these beautiful beasts, you love that sense of wildness and being in the open. You may soon travel to different countries or regions with mountains and lakes that you want to explore. You might embrace a new philosophy, enroll in a class of higher learning, or begin to study philosophy, religion, and the past. A visit to a casino or other area where gambling takes place could also likely come about, in which you will likely be fortunate and win in this venture so long as you don't proceed recklessly. It's a good time to take a gamble. Your future looks promising because you're ready to expand and grow beyond your limits. If you do encounter difficulties, you will surmount them easily and move forward to your next lucky break in life, which should be coming soon. Sagittarius' card denotes good luck and favorable conditions, being open and broad-minded, going for the truth, being truthful, being frank and honest, being kind and helpful, and allowing others to be who they are when they seek answers and become curious. Churches, bookstores, feeling passionate, giving others freedom, and gathering others together for a good cause. Feeling loose, campouts, campfires, fireplaces, and gambling. The colors violet, magenta, and blue, and lottery tickets. This is a card of victory. fucking luck and victory, Cancer. Really, if you were going to take a gamble, October might definitely be the month to do it. Because that's super auspicious. And as being the card number 21, it probably does complete a cycle. It also brings another 3 onto the board. So we have 33 and 3. Wow. Awesome read, Cancer. Look forward to a wonderful, wonderful October. For real. Look forward to a wonderful October. I think anybody coming into alignment with you, communicating with you, I mean, if anybody is seeking apology or forgiveness this month, it would be the best month to communicate that over, because I feel like it's just going to ripple. I feel like that positive energy you have would just ripple to them. Like that they would connect with your energy and your vibration. Your good energy would just ripple to them. Awesome, Cancer. Really, the truth will set you free if you are dealing with a Cancer moon or rising this month. The truth will set you free. Talk about energy on the rise. All right. Leo. Leo. Spirit, please. What is the focus of the healing for Leo Sun, Leo Moon, Leo Rising, with an acknowledgement to the 12th house if they are a Leo 12th houser? 12th house ruled by Leo. Know that the knowledge or message coming from this reading indicates the fear in which you must override. Okay, override the fear. All right. Leo, Sun, Moon, Rising with a nod to the 12th house. Spirit, what is the focus in the healing? What is the focus in the healing for Leo, Leo's energies? Wow. Third time out. Third time out. Maybe dealing with Aqua or Cancerian energy as well. Okay? Because they both also had this card. This is about your soul song. This is about your soul song. Getting in touch with your soul song. Being able to follow the beat of your own drum, knowing that you create your reality. You're the creator of your reality. You create your music. You're the one that tunes out the static, right? And make sure that your vibration comes through clear, that your energy and your song comes through clear, following the beat of your own drum. Don't allow the static of other people to ruin your song. Like, tune your energy in super clear. And let yourself be truly authentic. All right, so Spirit. If that is what is healing, right? Throat chakra. What does this look like for Leo in the month of October? Leo and Leo energies, Sun, Moon, and Rising with a nod to the 12th. clarities, please. Bottom of the deck is the Knight of Swords. Top of the deck is the Three of Wands. All right, Leo. We have the Queen of Cups here clarified by the High Priestess. Now, this particular Queen of Cups, she has her eyes closed by an open window and a fish comes through, looking like it's about to kiss her, but has not yet. High Priestess energy. Leo, you might be extremely intuitive. In regards to love, if there's an interest or something going on between you and someone else, I think you're going to realize this person is a fish, or there's no passion there. Like, there's no spark when you kiss them type thing. It's just like, it's like kissing a fish. And I think you're gonna move on from that with the Death card clarified by the Six of Swords. And I think a part of you is probably, like, after the whole experience, like, of kissing a fish, like, metaphorically speaking, I think after dealing with that kind of cold, wet, passionless dynamic, I think you might be completely off put for a while from, like, the idea of being involved with anybody else. Like, there's no soul connection there. Like, even if they're attractive, even if they look good on paper, there's no soul connection there, Leo. It's literally like, I feel like it's off-putting to kiss someone with no soul connection. I feel like it's completely off-putting. Like, it's the last thing you even want to do is continue a conversation with this person. It's like, how fast can you get them out the door and never answer your phone again? I think you're itching to hear something from, because my ear is going crazy right now. I think you're itching to hear a communication from someone. I think you maybe, God, what the fuck? I think you might be, questioning whether or not you want to communicate to someone who actually does get you in that momentous, emotionally momentous energy. But I think you're up in the air about it. I think you've been juggling it back and forth, the idea of reaching out. I think the truth with the Ace of Swords clarified by the Three of Coins and the Strength card in the reverse. I think the truth is you don't want to be a fly on the wall with a certain person. The Knight of Swords on the bottom of the deck, that Three of Wands on top, you're on the journey. I think you want to communicate the fact that you want fulfillment. I think you might plant a seed or make an offer in which someone will have to consider. Someone will have to reflect on your mirror and see if you are the nurturer that they wanted you to be. You're going to have to be patient with them. They might take their time because they've already moved forward. They've already moved forward, and you're kind of knocking on their door, you know what I mean? Wanting to resurrect something that they might have serious anxiety about. They might have serious anxiety about it because you might have been their wish fulfillment that turned to mush and left them feeling like they couldn't trust you. You left them confused, like you took them down a rabbit hole and left them feeling alone and sad. And they're quite possibly your divine counterpart, your person. Leo, you might have been a little bit of a mini Napoleon Bonaparte in the past. Possibly dealing with insecurities, possibly having like a low energy syndrome that you were fighting, but have since started acknowledging, right? Because I think everything or everyone that you've tried since this person, it's just, it leaves a bad taste in your mouth. It's like the truth is asking you to eat the mushroom. One side makes you bigger and one side makes you small. And I think that you're at this moment where you're choosing to be big or be small, which is a big theme in this particular deck. Some energies are large and high vibing, and other ones are very small and can't hold a match to it, can't rise to the challenges of it, right? They're too small. I think you're weighing whether or not you want to go big or go home, right? It's a go all or go home type situation. You've got to go all in and be big, or subject yourself to being small. And Leo, it is not your style to be fucking small. So I am inclined to say you're rising to the challenge. I'm inclined to say you're rising to the challenge. I think you intuitively know that whatever you're doing with these other fish people, these cold people, that's these passionless, no soul connection people, I think every time you encounter a fucking fish type person where it's just no soul, right? No soul connection. You're just more inclined to reach out to whoever it is that your heart truly does want. I do feel like you may be slightly insecure when it comes to this person because you know you have to go big. You know you have to go big. We're talking like a grand display, right? We're talking like a grand display. Some type of huge gesture, and not just any huge gesture, but an aligned one. Because the truth is, this person, whoever they are, like, they're your weakness. They're your weakness, which also means that aligning with them, they are your greatest strength. Mercury. Got Mercury. As guidance. All right. Quote. If you want to tell people the truth, make them laugh. Otherwise, they'll kill you. Oscar Wilde. Really, if you're going back to someone who is literally your passion and the person that lights your soul up, that doesn't feel like kissing a fish, and that's your person, and there was something that you needed to communicate with them that is truthful, especially if it's heavy. Like, you might need to make them laugh while you do it, because you might need to lighten the energy, okay? If you're going to dish the truth out, make sure it's got a little humor added in the mix, okay? Otherwise they'll kill you. Oscar Wilde. It says Mercury, the planet of intelligence and talking, is the closest planet to the sun, also making it the fastest planet to move through the zodiac. The Mercury card suggests you must put effort behind your talk, right? You can't be all words and no action. You have to follow through and put your money where your mouth is, right? The god Mercury is the Roman counterpart of the Greek god Hermes, the messenger with wings at his heels and on his hat, connected to everything associated with the mind. Quick wit, brevity, mental flights, trickery, inspiration, and also movement, as in moving ahead, and also transits. Mercury gives poetry to the imagination, since the gods Mercury and Hermes are related to the Egyptian god Thoth, god of writing, patron of scribes, and those who work as divine mediators and interpreters. The god Mercury and his counterparts also have very much to do with magic and medicine. When it comes to the body, Mercury rules the eyes, brain, nerves, as well as the fingers and toes. In ancient Greece, Hermes was the god of the roads and transportation and was the son of Apollo, the sun god. This makes sense, Mercury being the closest planet to the sun. Mercury is also a comedian and can be a bit of a trickster. Just when the energy seems to be flowing one way, Mercury changes the direction. Might we add, Mercury is spontaneous and insanely flexible. Mercury is the wisdom and the stupidity found in intelligence when it is not connected to the heart or the feelings. Mercury maximizes the imagination, but can also symbolize the liar when it comes to double talk with mixed meanings. It is the planet of gaslighting, causing purposeful confusion in the minds of others to gain something not really deserved. However, Mercury shows how mentally sharp and flexible we are, our mental range, and how eloquent. Mercury tends to be chatty, superficial, and into playing games, psychological games, and other types of puzzles. It often governs friendly relationships and also the Freudian slip, where you say something that doesn't come out as intended, but actually reveals your real thoughts. When the Mercury card presents itself in a reading, it is a time to use all of your mental faculties to get your point across. Words and how you use them are very significant. It may mark a period where you either have to talk your way out of something or talk your way into something. Whatever the reason or occurrence, how you communicate through writing or speaking is of utmost importance here. Composition, writing, or editing may figure in. It is not a time to stay static or to sit still. Beware of gossip and scandal, or those who would talk about it. The important thing to remember is that what you say in this situation can and will be used against you, so choose your words wisely. The planet Mercury also rules over technology, so if your question is about careers or jobs, you may want to look into something technological. Regarding romance or relationships, it can mean that friendship is the best option for you now, to start there. The time has not yet ripened to enter the relationship with this person. You may attract partners who are non-emotional and objective. These lovers or friends may be offended by your flip remarks or joking over serious matters. You may become involved with someone who double talks or is a mirror, witty, but who does not emotionally connect right now. This is the card of twins. Now marks a period which involves observation, reasoning, taking things apart to put them back together again, as they were or in your own order. It is a time of flighty emotions and matters developing quickly. You may also need to travel, be going on a trip, or needing a noteworthy vacation that is not the usual trip you would take. The matter of question is best served by using intellect, weighing the matter, being reasonable and spontaneous. Codes and forms of magic may also figure in. Mercury brings on keen awareness, so use your mind and what you know to the fullest in this matter. Follow the map. Use humor. Have deep, penetrating perception. Exactitude. Sharpen your wit. The brain and the voice are your key. Lying when the truth serves you better would be a terrible mistake. Make sure you are not too busy talking when you should be listening, or they may be hard to pin down. So listen, Leo. If the sound of your authentic soul song, getting in tune with that song, is in fact in alignment with a divine counterpart or twin that you are no longer in communication with. I mean, the Knight of Swords is on the bottom of the deck. The Knight of Cups is here. So emotional truth may be a serious key for you. Let the truth be your superpower and make sure you tell it with a twist of humor. Okay? Make sure you tell it with a twist of humor. And be aware, if this earth angel of yours that is on your mind is patiently waiting for you, know that there is a very sneaky fox on their trail. A very sneaky fox who would probably steal them right out from under your nose, right? Especially if you leave them hanging for too long. Okay. And last but not least, Virgo. Last but not least, Virgo. What's the timestamp for Virgo? 282 minutes, 44 seconds. All right. Virgo. Virgo, sun, moon, and rising. With attention to Virgo 12th housers, whatever the message that comes through in this reading is, if you are a Virgo 12th houser, know that it is a fear that you must overcome. It is a fear you must overcome. Okay, you gotta override it. Override it. All right, Virgo, Virgoian energy, sun, moon, rising, with a nod to the 12th. What is the universe focusing on in your healing for the month of October? What is the universe focusing on in your healing for the month of October? Virgo, sun, moon, and rising, with a nod to the 12th house. Throat chakra. Throat chakra, straight up. Oh, I just heard, let me clear my throat. Dun, 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 dun. All right, then. Truth, truth, and more truth with October, really. We might have gotten more throat chakra readings than any other chakra. I think the closest second was the sacral chakra. right. Truth, truth, and more truth. With the truth set you free, so help you God. Virgo, sun, moon, rising, and a nod to the 12th. Spirit, give us some insight, please. What is going on in October for Virgo, Virgoian energies, sun, moon, rising, with a nod to the 12th house? Got the Wheel of Fortune. The Eight of Pentacles, the Six of Cups, the Seven of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, the Eight of Wands, the Queen of Wands, and the Hanged Man. Bottom of the deck is the Emperor. Top of the deck is the Knave of Cups. Okay, so you might outright, Virgo, be thinking about extending compassion and or asking for forgiveness or apologizing. Okay, you may be consciously thinking about that. Doing so, throat chakra, would put you in your Emperor energy, your divine masculine mastery. Okay. You may be asking for forgiveness. Wheel of Fortune with the King of Pentacles. Fate would absolutely shift in your favor with a manifestation, a major manifestation. The Eight of Pentacles with the Eight of Wands. It is making an effort towards something that Spirit has been nudging you to do. This communication, right? The Six of Cups is a sacred soulmate, one who you have spent many lifetimes with. Someone who inspires you to be better. Especially as a maternal energy. Six of Cups could actually be a child. Or your child, even if they're an adult. With the Seven of Pentacles and the Hanged Man, you may have been waiting a long time for this moment, right? Where you can reap this heart over head decision. Is something that would have isolated you or made you feel separate from loving this person the way you wanted to love them or the way they deserve to be loved. Something that you've struggled with. Possibly involving deep feelings that you have and impulsive actions that were taken. Tower moments that occurred. Third-party situations with possibly twin flame dynamics. This energy has become a burden to you to carry. And you've been controlling it for a long time and have been in your head about it. And now it's time to finally shine some light on it. So that you can move forward, in your energy. It's that higher perspective, the truth lighting up. The truth lighting up in the heart space that creates the Ten of Pentacles manifestation. Listen, whatever this is, I don't care how small the action is or how small the conversation seems, there is some kind of throat chakra healing going on. And if you can ask for forgiveness and hold compassion for someone, right, in this communication, everything momentously starts to flip in your favor with the Wheel of Fortune clarified by the King of Pentacles. That effort that you've made in October to have that guided conversation that Spirit's been wanting you to have, and it's just been the wrong time with a sacred soulmate of yours. I think the heart over head decision, the waiting's over. Further clarify, please, Spirit, the Seven of Pentacles with the Hanged Man. For Virgo. Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising. Yeah, it's gonna contractually move you forward. What you've been waiting for, it's going to absolutely move you forward. That's what Spirit's been waiting on. That's what Spirit's been fucking waiting on. Clearing heartbreak. Throat chakra being the creation center, right? The creative hub of everything. If you've been keeping a truth in, or an apology or a conversation asking for compassion and understanding, to please be forgiven because something was not communicated to the way that your soul was satisfied with someone else. Like, it didn't feel good to skew or bend or omit something, right? If you can take that communication step, the throat chakra opens and all of the creativity comes out forth from it. All of the creativity, all of the manifestation starts to ground into the reality because the throat chakra opened. The throat chakra opened. That's what Spirit's been waiting for. A conversation with someone who is very close to you in soul, who you have spent past lives with, who is potentially younger than you. That is the key. That is the key that Spirit's been kind of nudging you for. It puts you in your divine masculine energy as a mastered manifester. Completely changes the vibration of your life when this communication comes through. Your energetic resonance shifts, and so the entire world around you starts to shift in your favor towards the alignment of your new vibration, which is in the alignment of truth. Truth and compassion. What is the overall energetic guidance, Spirit? What energy would you have come through for Virgo? Virgo, Sun, Moon, Rising, and a nod to the 12th house. So Virgo 12th housers, you would be fucking terrified to have this conversation. Fucking terrified. Override the fear. Have the conversation. Have the conversation. Master your 12th house. Undo your old scared self that acts from fear and start manifesting some bomb ass shit. Uranus. Genius. Tarian energy trining on your house. Radical changes. Uranus is a radical shifter. Quote, "The public is wonderfully tolerant. It forgives everything except genius." Oscar Wilde. The sudden bolt of a surprise that causes chaos. Uranus, the great awakener, is here to wake you up. According to myth, out of the chaos emerged two expressions of deities, Gaia, Mother Earth, and Uranus, Father Sky. As the higher octave of Mercury, Uranus arrives to break the rules and smash established structures. It is the planet of not only genius, but also intuition, which arrives in sudden flashes, just like lightning, seemingly out of nowhere. Uranus is the revolutionary planet, opening up channels to the higher mind and bringing about necessary changes which can no longer be resisted. The great humanitarian, Uranus is not really personal, and its viewpoint is one that is detached and unemotional. It symbolizes the one who doesn't really need a partner, but is a friend and soulmate to everyone. Those under the influence of Uranus are objective, just enough to derive reliable insight into other people's motivations. These types tend to be brainy and cool. Such detachment is needed when everything is about to be turned upside down. Another very important element of Uranus is its link to technological advances and how the future is going to look and be. When the Uranus card comes up in a reading, there will be jolts and surprises in regards to your question or focus. After all, Uranus is the upstart planet, so there won't be any smooth ride here. You can anticipate matters to turn rather eccentric, unpredictable, and if not shocking, and not in the way you would expect. Don't look upon these manifestations as wrong for you. Instead, go with it and see how your life becomes transformed in ways not exactly as you predicted, but better. You may feel excitable or nervous at present, especially when it comes to the things you are currently focusing on. It may seem as if everything is speeded up, even forced against your will, but it is not a good idea to resist. The best approach is to entertain the possibilities of what you are about to learn. You can anticipate this change to be a liberating force, offering a new course of path. It is also important to point out the connection between Uranus and alternative forms of sexuality. In fact, in Victorian England, certain people were referred to as Uranians for having different sexual tastes and or habits. Therefore, you might find yourself among people with alternative viewpoints about sexuality, and sometimes people of different classes or backgrounds. All in all, this card means your life is about to be changed in big ways rather than small ones. Uranus says, go with it and see what happens. Expect rapid changes. After this communication, right? Expect rapid changes, jolts, sudden transformations, the unexpected, revolutions, life overthrow, rebellion against the old, an upset in the usual, unpredictability, feeling as if you've been knocked off balance, but relocation, being erratic and not staying on course is anticipated. Expect divine genius, intuition, intelligence, ingenuity, and innovation working for you. Getting bolts of insight with leaps in consciousness, acts of discovery, and ultimately highly aligned relationship dynamics, electromagnetism, and potentially feeling like a foreigner in your old life. You won't even recognize your past anymore, and your past won't recognize you either. You will have so radically upgraded in such a short period of time. That truth in your throat chakra, whatever this communication is, take it how it resonates for you. Go for it. Go for it. For as crazy as the shifts will become, they're all blessings in the highest order. They're all blessings in the highest order. So, y'all, that is October. That is the conclusion of all the different signs and the energies they hold for October. I do have all the timestamps written. I will make sure that they all get in the description and the comments. I love y'all. I appreciate you guys for tuning in, for dropping likes, for any comments that you've left, even if I've missed them. I'm sorry if I did. I love you, and I appreciate you, and I do hope it served you well. Happy birthday, Linz, and I will see you all next time. Bye.